to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Take it to trial.
Mix. I won't do a remix. I won't do a remix. Okay, guys. So as you know, the chat is disabled in this one. So even if you're on a replay team, I think you can do, we just don't have live chat right now. So you have to go over to Discord for any messages or anything that you would like to do. Hopefully you can join the server. We are up under the George Pino tab for anybody that wants to chat. Today is day 2 of our trial. I'm assuming that they are going to start back off with defense opening statements, because that's where we ended after our guy, Mr. George, had a mental a breakdown yesterday. So we will see how that goes. Oh, excuse me. Okay, let me get us in there and let's see what court is looking like. I do have it on 1.25 speed, so we can kind of get through some of this stuff. If there's different testimony or anything that you need me to slow it down for, please just let me know in our chat. All right, guys, here we go. Oh, also, if a verdict does come through on the Ash trial, I'll let you know. If the sentencing, if the jurors come back with a sentencing for Carmelo Anthony, I will definitely let you know. It says right now the jury has been deliberating Carmelo Anthony's sentence for more than an hour. He faces 5 to 99 years in prison, but the defense attorneys are asking for the jury to consider sudden passion. It's a factor that can lower the sentencing range from 2 to 20 years. If they decide that the murder was provoked by the victim. So I guess if the jury decides that the murder was provoked by the victim, the jury can use sudden passion, and sentencing will be 2 to 20 years. I doubt that that's gonna happen, but nice shot. I'll let you know if anything comes back on anything while we're out here. All right, here we go, guys.
Only because if I have any questions of you, sir, I would never speak with you in front of the jury. Okay?
Thank you, John.
All right, so, as I said, the last court has just arrived. Everyone has been gathered. I just have to send the message upstairs. I'm trying to figure out whether, in terms of your opening, how we should proceed, and if there's anything that I should say to you. I think I explained what you did yesterday, but I'm ready to just perhaps maybe start to open again.
I would get to that. The reason why we had to stop was because of the defendant's comment, so I would suspect that defense counsel should pick up where he left off.
Well, you had a point here when you left off there?
I think I'll be fine. I don't need to retread this. I'm having a little trouble hearing you though, Judge.
Oh, okay, let me speak up a little louder. Does that work?
Much better.
Excellent. I'll turn the microphone on. Okay, we're good. And you have some witnesses ready to go?
I do. I'm just pulling out the evidence that I'm going to need for the first few. About getting everything pre-marked for us, so that should help us move more.
That's fine. So I'm not stalling, but I'll send the message up to Renee and you'll bring the jury down. And if you need a break, once you've completed your opening, a couple of minutes, will take a few minutes or so. We can get the exits off.
The one thing I did notice, the last time I was in the jury room, I don't think there were enough chairs for our jurors, so I don't know if Renee might want to take a peek in that. The last time I looked, there was no water in the water cooler in there. So just, I don't know if your honor's going to have them ever retire in there when they're taking breaks, but I just wanted to.
I likely won't, because it's a small space, and I likely won't, but thank you for letting me know that, because of course it's gonna have to be well equipped when it is needed. So, all right.
You had indicated you might want to address some issues before the jury got here. You received an email about the videos or some other preliminary issues that you want to.
The first witness has to do with there was a question about two of the body worn. Oh, I took care of that. I mean, was able to review that, and my understanding was both of those body worns are video of Ms. Fernandez being transferred from a boat, a goods and iron boat, onto the police boat. And paramedics, police were performing CPR, I can view. And then there was a short piece there. And then once there was an arrival at the
harbor.
At the harbor.
The city took out, the whole ride.
Yeah, there was one ride.
But I didn't think that it would be fair for anybody to have to watch that whole scenario. So we just took clips of the initial arrival, as well as then, getting her underway, and then her arriving at the harbor.
And then you were transported onto the.
Yeah, that once they get to the harbor, then the police are able to carry Lucy on the backboard to the helicopter and then heading back out. So those are the first two clips on now the Sergeant Delgado's final camera. And then there was one clip also of him returning back to the original scene, although a little bit further south where the larger vessel was that had the majority of the girls, including Kathy and Mia, and just, the arrival onto that vessel. And then there's 3 clips where you can see the defendant on that vessel being transferred to another police vessel, just so that the jury can kind of get a sense of what Mr. Pino's, state was at that point, that he was upright, able to, walk around, things like that.
Right, my understanding was, I think that, I don't speak for insurance. Why don't you tell me what the concern was?
The videotapes the transfer of Lucy Fernandez from the Good Samaritan vessel to the police vessel, and then from that police vessel being transported to LAP Harbor, and then once at LAP Harbor, being carried via backboard to an evacuation helicopter. These are graphic videos. They are graphic, showing heroic efforts to save Lucy Fernandez's life. It is a lifeless body that is being administered CPR. She is clearly bloated by the ingestion of seawater. In addition to the CPR that is being applied, there are efforts to resuscitate her electronically with cardiac arrest pads. I don't know the precise technical name for it, but it's clearly visible, and that is being applied as well. We object to all of them. The heroic, exposure of these life-saving measures, heroic measures, have absolutely no relevance to whether Mr. Pino was operating his vessel in a reckless or publicly negligent manner. The only thing that I can imagine that the state is offering these for is to evoke some sympathy from this jury. It has no relevance. There's no materiality to it whatsoever. The state can and will put on its case by talking about the death of Lucy Fernandez. They can certainly talk about how she was transferred. They can certainly say that she had to be given CPR. They can certainly say that she went into cardiac arrest, which is why those devices were used. All of that is fair game. But to let this jury see that this very upsetting and graphic video of a 17-year-old girl is over the top in my view. I think it's inadmissible under 90.403 as well as 90.401. But even if it is marginally relevant, I think that its prejudicial effect on this jury is far outweighs any further value that it has. We object to all of it.
Talk to me, counsel, even if there is relevance, and in fact, in your opening, you described the evidence, will show there will be testimony to this fact. How does it not become overly prejudicial in terms of what material fact or facts does that extent of a video, how does that not overcome by prejudice?
It is extremely relevant, Norman. First off, I would point out that I could have put together a clip of probably almost 15 minutes from the time that she was at the scene where she had been rescued till the time she gets to Elliott Key Harbor. So I
saw all that because that was the original. I have all of my one that I reviewed, and so this I think is the consolidated. You had consolidated and made the cuts to it,
yes.
and now provided to the defense. And the portion I think that remains that is objectionable. I just want to focus because I am going to want to. I do want to hear from you. I know I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And it's important. Renee's going to hold the jury 2 minutes so I can just hear.
I'm gonna go move down that way, Judge, because they have the witnesses sitting right here, I think.
Just,
So I can-
this testimony, this is not going to be something that he's immediately going to be showing.
Okay.
So maybe we could table this.
Oh, I understand. That's what I was going to say. Is that I didn't want to cut you off.
You're the judge.
Still should cut you off. Okay. I understand what the point is. And this aspect, I mean, if it was something, for example, relevant to the admissible and relevant to the
It's not just showing Lucy. That video shows a lot more, but when we get to that point, I'll be happy to make my arguments why this very short clip is extremely important.
I know it's short. You did shorten it.
Yeah, it's like 5 minutes, and all 5 are not, Ms. Fernandez being attended to.
I understand.
It's a very short amount of time that you see her. You don't see her getting intubated. And I took out as much as I could, but to understand the context of what took place, cause, and manner of death, to understand what it's like to be
That
able
would
to
be my
mess with
question.
facts.
That when we talk about, you're going to have a medical examiner testify.
Yes,
And I want to understand that what you would need to present so that the medical examiner's testimony would make sense. If you tell me that there's portions there that are relevant and material to that, then
it is relevant and material to that. It's also relevant and material because understanding the context of what it is to be on a police boat is way different than what it is to be on land and dealing with a mass casualty situation, which law enforcement was dealing with. It's also relevant because it shows the efforts that the police had to take to keep the boat from spinning, because you literally see the helicopter and you see the paramedic dropping down from the helicopter. So in just that 5-minute clip, you get an actual view of what it was to initially approach that scene. It's a huge part of this case. I minimize the amount of time that we are actually seeing Ms. Fernandez, but her transfer onto the police boat and the efforts to get her able to live again. The other thing is that Your Honor kept saying to the jury that it is for the jury to consider the evidence, the lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence to determine if there's reasonable doubt. If these jurors are going to be hearing about how officers are wearing body-worn camera, it's only natural for So I think for all those reasons, and because I did minimize, there's nothing gory going on, there's no invasive proceedings going on. It's sad, but everything about a case like this is sad.
Judge, I'd like to respond if I can,
You know,
because there's a legal, sorry.
we're gonna hold further discussion and argument. I have everyone's position on it, and we've got more to say. Hold on, let's bring the jury in. And so, Mr. Sherman can continue with his opening statement, and nothing is going to be presented to the jury until, of course, I review it and see what portions, if any, of the redacted videos are going to be presented to the witness.
Judge, respectfully, Ms. Adams had a long response, and
Counsel, I have a good memory, and I have good notes, and I will not prevent you from saying anything further in terms of response.
the court will then adjourn.
The discussion is certainly not over. Okay? Not over. Thanks.
Judge, can I approach with counsel for the state just before the jury comes in on separate issues?
I just told Renee to bring the jury in. So you can do it with my court reporter while they're walking in.
Just wanted to tell it to your honor.
Okay.
Well,
Without a court reporter?
Doesn't require the call. Just hold 1 second. If, based on yesterday's discussion about Mr. Pino's reaction to the trial, if he becomes agitated, one of our colleagues will ask him to step out. He'll step out on his own. He knows he needs, if he's not feeling well, just to step out. Wanted to address that with the court. That's acceptable.
Oh,
If something.
because I have the ability to make arrangements because I don't want it to be a question or create an appellate issue. If there's a need for a panel that Mr. Pino wasn't present and participated in the proceedings, so you would have to waive his presence.
So I'll do that now. If he steps out, he's doing it with the understanding he has the right to be here. But if he feels that there's something that's overwhelming him, I think the best course of action is to step out. One of our counsel will step out.
Well, let me say. I'm hopeful, but if there are any concerns, then I think it would be best, instead of having constant potential interruptions, it would be best to go to the plan that I had in place and suggested for a place where Mr. Pino would be able to.
All right.
Will be able to fully participate. Not physically present in court.
And I hope it won't happen just.
But I'm not gonna, I don't want to have.
I agree. I agree.
The state would object to that. I think that would be very disruptive
Yeah.
for the defendant to be walking in and out of the courtroom in front of the jury.
Agreed. Like I said, it's only gonna happen once. I hope it will never happen at all. But if it happens, then so that there's no, I've asked Mr. Pino, if he's not feeling well, just step out, we can stop and then go to plan B. What's plan B, Judge?
That's fine, but I just want to make sure you waive his presence if that happens. And that's on the record.
Understood.
Okay.
Your Honor, I kind of thought that the court was going to address what happened yesterday with the defendant and hopefully seek his assurance that he won't have an outburst like that again.
What's appropriate is, I think, and doing my research on this, is to make sure that I addressed it with his counsel. And ask his counsel to address the circumstances with Mr. Pino and provide the options that I provided, and with the understanding that it would just take place naturally, without, without instruction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right.
Thank you. Very well.
Your Honor, would you like me to signal to the
I signal it's up.
So as they're bringing in the court reporter, not the court reporter, as they're bringing in the jury, so they basically what the judge is saying, look, she hoping that he doesn't have any additional reactions like he had emotionally breaking down yesterday. And she finds it's going to be very disruptive to the courtroom if Mr. Pina can't keep his composure and has to be walking in and out of the courtroom. Like, no, sit your butt down. Nah, because then the jury gonna be wondering why is he going in and out of the courtroom, right? So I agree with the prosecution team in regards to no can do. Let's see. I find it funny that we look at their feet coming in.
Please be seated, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you all doing today? Excellent. Some questions for you. Have you seen or heard anything in the news about this case? No. Have you read anything about it? Seen anything on social media? Anything that you think has to do with this case? No. Has anyone, have you been speaking with anyone or each other about the case? Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about this case? Have any of you conducted any Googling or any kind of research to gather information? Have any of you conducted any kind of research or investigation to gather information about this case? No. Very well, thank you. Defense counsel will resume with his opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? It's too low? Oh. Good morning again. I want to begin the morning with the morning of September 4th, 2022, when all of the families were at Ocean Reef, gathered to celebrate the birthday of Mr. Pino's daughter. Several families there, and they'd been there, some of them had been there that weekend. And it was going to be a glorious day. Mr. Pino, he was sort of known as the camp counselor. What he's been with these families for many years. He was organizing events, and that day he had organized a gathering. The day would start off with a virtual mass for the kids that woke up. Then Mr. Pino had organized a little pickleball gathering, a tournament. After the pickleball tournament, they were going to all convoy by boat to Elliott Key, call it Billy's Point or Coons Point, and they were going to spend several hours enjoying the beautiful weather. And it just happened to be an ideal day for boating. The seas were calm, no wind, no rain. And so after the pickleball tournament finished and all the kids gathered up, Mr. Pino was going to operate the vessel. He was going to captain the Robalo from Ocean Reef and travel the distance to Elliott Key, a voyage he had made many times before. The 29-foot Robalo, a well-built boat, it's been in fabrication for decades. It was equipped with twin 300 horsepower engines. The boat actually is rated to handle even larger engines. Mr. Pino had navigated that course many times. The GPS data that you heard the prosecutor tell you about will show that he had navigated that area many times. There were 14 people on board: Mr. Pino, his wife, his daughter, and the daughter's girlfriends. And they navigated from Ocean Reef the distance to Elliott Key and then anchored in that area. Other boats joined the festivities. And you heard that as part of that afternoon, the adults and some of the children were consuming alcohol. And as I alluded to yesterday, there were adults there who had observed Mr. Pino that day, as they had many other times. And the testimony, the evidence in the case will be that Mr. Pino was observed with a beer. He admitted later on he'd had 2 beers. And it's not 2 beers in quotes, as the prosecutor did in her opening statement. That is the evidence. The evidence will show there's not one more beer than 2. Not one more. It was 2 beers. over the course of several hours, 2.5 hours. This was not the first time Mr. Pino and these adults had engaged in these kinds of gatherings in the past. The other adults there, Mr. Suarez, Mr. Pardo, they knew Mr. Pino. They too had enjoyed the afternoon with Mr. Pino. They observed Mr. Pino. All the adults that were there that day were satisfied that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Sometime late that afternoon, Mr. Pino pulls up the anchor of the Robalo, and now it is time to head back to Ocean Reef because that night they were going to celebrate the birthday, I think at 9 p.m. Contrary to the statement by the prosecutor, Mr. Pino was not nervous or anxious about making sure the girls were IG Instagram ready, as if Mr. Pino was anxious to get the girls back home so they could have enough time to shower. There was plenty of time. Mr. Pino was navigating back to Ocean Reef as he had done many times before. He was not thrill seeking. He was not speeding. He was not doing donuts. He was not racing any other boat. He was simply going back. He was in essentially an internal autopilot as he had done many times before. On this one occasion, on this one time, something went wrong. Mr. Pino, according to the state's expert who you will hear testify, somehow lost situational awareness, meaning he must have lost track of the markers along the way, and he elided or crashed into marker number 15. He wasn't intending to do it. He wasn't trying to come as close as possible and see if he could just skim across that channel. This was pure and simple an accident.
Objection, argument.
The evidence will show that Mr. Pino had no intention of putting anyone's life in danger. He wasn't intending to try to come as close to the marker as he possibly could. But on that day, there was no other boat coming at him. It was a clear day, and his destination, Ocean Reef, once that boat would have cleared marker 15, it was wide open bay until Angelfish Creek. That's the next passage that the vessel would need to travel to go back to Ocean Reef. When Mr. Pino alighted with that marker, when he crashed into that marker, the boat eventually capsized. The testimony will show that Mr. Pino himself was knocked unconscious. The testimony will be from those that were there. They thought Mr. Pino was dead. He was on the surface of the boat, bleeding from his head. He had injured his arm. He only came to once the boat eventually capsized completely. He falls into the water. Minutes later, he comes to. Testimony will show that he had suffered a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and still he was able, with presence of mind, to hold on to that boat. And with a traumatic brain injury, as the testimony will show, he was disoriented. He obviously did not have all of his senses, but he's trying to make sense of what has happened. You've seen some, you will see, if you haven't already, with some of the pictures shown, that the girls and Mrs. Pino were in the water. Soon, another boat came up. David Rodriguez, a good Samaritan, doesn't know the Pino family, happened to be coming northbound. A few minutes later, he arrives and he observes the scene and he sees Mr. Pino hanging onto that boat. As you heard and will hear, Lucy was unaccounted for. And Mr. Pino makes an effort to go under the boat and retrieve and locate and find Lucy Fernandez, as she had been trapped under that boat. And it was Mr. Pino who reached under and brought Lucy Fernandez to the surface so that efforts could be made to save her life. Even in the condition he was in, with a brain injury, he made every effort he could, once he was directed, once he was able to get his senses back, to try to save Lucy's life. And so you can imagine the emotional toll that that takes on a human being, because we all know that eventually Lucy died. And it was George Pino who tried to save her life by retrieving her from under the boat. His efforts failed. David Rodriguez, the Good Samaritan I was telling you about, called for Mr. Pino to get onto Mr. Rodriguez's boat. And David Rodriguez will testify that he was observing Mr. Pino closely, purposely. As David Rodriguez was wondering, how could this happen? Perhaps David Rodriguez thought this was someone who was impaired. And so David Rodriguez, a man who has nothing to do with the Pino family, a man whose only interest was to help and save lives, looked at Mr. Pino purposely with intent and was convinced after dealing with Mr. Pino was not impaired. And you will hear his testimony. And this was minutes after the elision. But Mr. Pino, in David Rodriguez's view, and what you'll hear him say, was disoriented. He was in shock, a natural reaction to a crash and a brain injury. Law enforcement, fire rescue came to the scene. Everyone who could be rescued from the water was. And at that time, Mr. Pino was in the custody of 2 Fish and Wildlife Commission officers who were checking him out to make sure he was okay and to find out what happened. You will hear from Lieutenant Thompson, who has training, experience, expertise on the issue of impairment. And he was with Mr. Pino for the next several hours, and he too looked at Mr. Pino purposely and saw that Mr. Pino was not impaired. Officer Hernandez was with Mr. Pino all of that time. He too observed Mr. Pino purposely, smelled him, looked at his eyes. All of these individuals were looking to make sure that Mr. Pino was not impaired, and they concluded he was not impaired. I recognize I'm spending an awful amount of time talking about this issue of impairment. Mr. Pino is not charged with voting under the influence. But when I saw the prosecutor put the 2 beers in quotes, I thought it was important that I spent.
Argument, Your Honor.
I think it's, the evidence will show conclusively. I believe there'll be 8 witnesses that will tell you that Mr. Pino was not impaired. And so Mr. Pino is questioned about what happened. Lieutenant Thompson, who's wearing one of those body cams, is trying to figure out what happened. Of course, make sure that everybody receives medical attention right away. And you will see Mr. Pino on video. So you'll be able to look at Mr. Pino in real time with your own eyes. You will be able to look at Mr. Pino purposely with the scrutiny that you should give it to see that Mr. Pino was not impaired. And he was questioned about what had happened. And even though he was not alcohol impaired, he was still suffering from a traumatic brain injury. At some point that night, he had to receive medical attention, and you will see that his head was bandaged up. He was eventually taken to a hospital to be treated. But even with his head bandaged up, he was being questioned, and he was trying to recall what had happened. How did this accident happen? And he explained as best as he could under those circumstances what he recalled. And you will find out that Mr. Pino's recollection of that event was affected by the concussion he sustained, that he was relaying details that could not be accurate. For example, what kind of engine do you have on your boat, Mr. Pino? And he told the officer, twin 225s. Actually, Mr. Pino has twin 300s. He did have a boat that had twin 225s. His prior boat had twin 225 horsepower engines, but he reported that this boat had twin 225s. Obviously, his memory or his brain was not functioning in a way that it would ordinarily function had he not sustained a concussion. He reported that he had gone under the boat to rescue Nati, a different girl. We know it was Lucy, and we know that Mr. Pino has known Lucy all of his life, and yet when he was reporting who he had rescued under the boat, he reported that it was Nati, another girl on the boat. He had innocently but mistakenly confused who it was he had retrieved from under the vessel. He was asked to prepare, as best he could, a seating chart of where the various passengers were seated. And when he prepared that seating chart, he had the passengers in locations different than what it turns out to be. He also was recalling that there was a big wave that had come from another boat in the distance, and that the wave had caused him to lose control of the steering wheel. Photographs and other testimony suggest that there was no other boat that day, and that Mr. Pino's memory may not have been accurate. We cannot prove, we don't know if there in fact was another boat out there that may have thrown a wake from a distance, a wave, but we can't establish it for certain. And so it appears that Mr. Pino's memory of how that accident happened cannot be relied upon given his traumatic brain injury. And we will present testimony from a doctor who has examined the records, who will confirm that in fact Mr. Pino, given the circumstances, did suffer from a traumatic brain injury that would result in what the professionals call false memories, memories that the person believed to be true but are not accurate. When you get clocked, you get hit over the head and you lose your memory, the memories that come back of the event, sort of like an amnesia, and your brain trying to make sense of things, puts together old memories with new memories, and that memory they call confabulation. You'll hear testimony about that. And I share that with you because when Mr. Pino was trying to make sense of what happened, when the officer was interviewing him to try to figure out how did the crash happen, Mr. Pino was reporting what his memory, faulty as it was, of that few minutes, a few seconds before the collision. We do have the benefit of the global position satellite machine that was on Mr. Pino's boat. There were actually two of them. And what they show, Mr. Pino driving very much on a steady course that day and during that return trip from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef. There's no evidence he was zigzagging or hot dogging or thrill seeking. What the evidence will show is that as he was going through the channel, when there were markers left for him to clear before it was wide open bay to Angelfish Creek, at some point, Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, starts making a turn or a veer in the direction of Angelfish Creek. And you'll see there was a red marker on his right. And then there's the green marker 15 in the distance. And 9 seconds later, Mr. Pino's Robalo crashes into that boat, into that post, or into that pilot. The state's theory that I believe the expert will advance is that Mr. Pino lost situational awareness. He should have seen it. It was right there in front of him, and he didn't see it because we know he wasn't trying to hit it. So I think what the evidence will show, even by the state's own theory, is that Mr. Pino did not intend to hit the marker. He lost situational awareness. That's their theory. That for those 9 seconds, he didn't look ahead to see that there was a marker in front of him. Now, the GPS, interestingly, you heard the prosecutor say the GPS is not biased. It is not subject to money, privilege, or power, I think was the words that the prosecutor used.
Judge, objection to argument.
No one here can say what the evidence is.
Interestingly enough, though, the GPS is not perfect either. You'll see that the GPS records data. What it does is it simply records points in time as the boat is moving, and then it does computations. This GPS, as their own expert will show, sometimes makes what I'll just describe as errors, computational errors. In one instance, it registers at some point in time the boat is traveling at 77 miles an hour, but the expert knows that that's not possible. The boat can't achieve that. The GPS is making an error. The GPS will show a boat traveling over land when we know the boat is not traveling over land. It's fallible. And to the point of this case, the GPS on Mr. Pino's boat, which tracks where the boat went according to the global position satellite, the track on the GPS data that you will see actually shows that the marker 15, the one where the accident happened, is not exactly where it is in the real world. On the GPS device in Mr. Pino's boat, the marker is many feet away, up to 15 feet away from where it really is on the planet Earth. And so the track that you will see, if you look at the track, it would appear that Mr. Pino's boat, the Robalo, never actually alighted with the marker. But we know it did. And that's not the product of some intentional mistake by anybody, but the marker on the GPS, Mr. Pino's Robalo, is not exactly where it is on the planet Earth. Now, the GPS is not a witness to anything. You will hear from the people that were actually on the scene. And so I've described for you what you will hear from the people at the sandbar, the people who came to the aid of the passengers, Mr. Rodriguez, law enforcement who came to aid, and you'll hear from them. The GPS will tell us some very important things, but it won't answer the question that you will have to answer. Was Mr. Pino reckless? And I submit to you what the evidence will show is that Mr. Pino was human. He was human. And that something happened that we may never know. No one will be able to say why he was distracted in those last few seconds, where 9 seconds or however many seconds it was, and did not appreciate that the boat was going to collide with the marker. Had he seen it, we know he would have turned. Nobody's suggesting he wanted to hit it. The state's suggestion that it was speed, that's not a factor. You'll hear that there was 9 full seconds, 2 football fields between the time the boat started veering towards Ocean Reef, towards Angelfish Creek with that marker in the middle, 9 full seconds. At any point in time, if Mr. Pino realized, oops, we're headed towards the marker, all it would have taken was a slight turn of the wheel, and none of us would be here. And the state's theory is his failure to turn the wheel should bring him into a criminal courtroom. Now, you heard the prosecutor talk about interrogatories and a civil lawsuit that was filed against Mr. Pino. That is not what we are here for. You heard the prosecutor talk about accountability. This is not a case of.
Judge, objection to arguments. This is closing.
So you've heard, in terms of accountability, that compensation is dealt with separate from here. That was what the prosecutor brought to your attention. That's not what we're here for. That's resolved totally separately. What we're here to resolve is whether the state proves that Mr. Pino, that day, that time, in those 9 seconds, as they would say, was acting recklessly because he was traveling on his boat, surrounded by his loved ones, wanting to go back to where they started the day to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The state will feature photographs of visuals of that day. For example, I expect they're going to show you that Mr. Pino's boat was carrying all the empty glassware and cans from the beverages, including the alcohol beverages that were consumed that day. Mr. Pino's boat, his wife will tell you, she took the responsibility of gathering all the empty bottles, all the empty cans, all the trash, to make sure it was disposed of properly and not left out at Elliott Key. And so when you see those bottles and you see those cans, you'll understand that Mrs. Pino and Mr. Pino were acting in a way that you would expect people to act, where they've gathered together for a day of recreating at Elliott Key. Don't leave your trash behind. You may see very difficult pictures of the events, and of course, they're going to be difficult to watch. It's going to spark emotion among all of us. But that evidence will not answer the question of whether the state is proving that Mr. Pino acted recklessly, whether he acted with culpable negligence, intentionally, knowingly, purposely, consciously, indifferent to the consequences, that when he was traveling at 47 miles per hour in the wide open bay with 1 marker to go and plenty of space, whether if he looked at his speedometer and saw it was going 47 miles an hour, he should have said to himself, wow, this is really a dangerous speed. When the Robalo boat is built to handle even much more speed than that, all of the passengers were seated. There were the right number of life preservers on the boat. He didn't have a kill switch on. It's not required by law. And so to the extent that you'll hear evidence of other features of a boat or other safety features that can be employed, we're not here to decide policy of whether we should require safety switches, kill switches. And given that you know that in that channel there is no posted speed restrictions at all, not then, not now, the evidence will show that the speed at which Mr. Pino was traveling was perfectly appropriate given the conditions of that day. Calm waters, no wind, no rain, no lightning, no busy boat traffic. But even so, somebody died. Even so, somebody died. Mr. Pino will have to live with that.
Objection to argument, no argument, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is opening statement. Lawyers advise what the belief evidence will show.
Let me say, he wasn't texting, he wasn't on a cell phone, but he was the operator of that boat. At the end of the day, it was on him. It was on him to get those girls back to Ocean Reef safely. That was on him. He accepted that responsibility and it was on him. But the law, as it will be instructed, I submit to you, tells you that even when we fail as humans,
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Counsel,
even though Mr. Pino may have failed as a human to avoid this tragedy,
can we go second, counsel? Please no argument.
the evidence will show that this tragedy was not caused by reckless and culpably negligent behavior. At worst, he was human and he committed human error. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. State the first witness.
Your Honor, I think that that's a momentary break for the first witness. If you don't want to, Judge, we can move forward. Yes, certainly. Oh, can we move forward?
Minutes, I don't think your rule is equipped currently for so can we take the jurors, Renee, if we would, out in the hallway?
All right, follow me. If you have those behind your notes on your chairs, just follow me.
All right, you can be seated. Go ahead and take to the evidence. And this is.
Oh, I'm ready, Judge. Your Honor, I know that the defense has sought to exclude basically any photographs of Ms. Fernandez after the crash. I would like to show the court photographs that were already shown to counsel previously, but there states 1S, 1N as in Nancy, and 1M as in Mary for identification. These are the three photographs that the state would be seeking to introduce. And I'll pass them up to Your Honor in just a moment. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you consolidated from actually many photos. And we can look at here, what is this, exhibit 1-5?
That is from the medical examiner's office. That's the legal identification photograph. It's nothing gory about it.
No, legal identification. Do you have any comments on this?
Yes, Your Honor, we're objecting to the introduction of any of those photos. I think during the pretrial hearings, we discussed these issues at length. I pointed, Your Honor, to multiple cases that are directly on point and are relevant. Aside from that, I think Your Honor ruled that 1 to 2 autopsy photos would be appropriate, 2 being the max.
Okay.
During the testimony of the medical examiner, Your Honor, aside from those 3 photos, I believe the state characterizes them as the hospital photos.
Okay, well, this first, and again, this is marked for identification. I'm not sure how this is. Is this 1-5?
1S, 1S.
That's an S.
That's not my S, it's not my S.
Okay, 1S, identification. This is single photograph, over defense objection, I'm going to allow for purposes of legal identification. Okay, now, there's 2 photographs here in terms of hospital photographs.
If I may also just interject, Your Honor, that in order to not, have some kind of dramatic moment when Mr. Fernandez sees these photographs of his daughter, he's seen these photographs before. So it's not like this is going to come as a surprise to him. He'll be able to handle looking at these photographs. As difficult as it is, he'll be able to control his emotions and be composed.
Let me ask you, so Mr. Fernandez is going to be making a legal identification, and I understood that this is going to be through the medical examiner.
Well, Your Honor, what the medical examiner, of course, would not know who Lucy Fernandez was. So what the medical examiner's office does is they take what they call a legal identification photograph, which is not an autopsy
Which is the
photograph.
way that- yeah,
It just shows who the person is so that,
I understand. All right.
and it allows a linkage from who the person is to what the medical examiner case was.
We have stipulated to that identification as well as cause of death.
I understand you stipulated, however, the state can present this evidence over objection. Now, 1N and 1M, 1N, what is the purpose of these photographs?
Your Honor, I want to make sure I'm speaking with precision. Which one is 1M, please?
1M, with more devices, take a picture.
Okay. Your Honor, that photograph the state is seeking to introduce, we're not seeking to introduce a full body photograph of her, which we have with all the medical regalia around her, but it just goes to show it's part of the process where over the time that she was at the hospital, they tried all life-saving measures for her. Also, Judge, it has to go with when her body is ultimately transferred to the office of the medical examiner. One of the notations that the medical examiner will include is evidence of medical intervention. So this is just kind of a close-up. There's nothing gory, there's nothing bloody about it, but it just shows some of the medical implements that were used to try to keep her alive. States 1N, which is the other photograph, which is closer of her head. The purpose for that photograph, Judge, is you'll see on the side of her head, there's some what looks like fuzzy things. That's fiberglass that got embedded into her head from the vessel crash. And because of the force of the impact, it's basically penetrating her skull. And I think that's very relevant to showing the recklessness that the way that this defendant operated his vessel at that rate of speed right into that channel is why Lucy, especially given where she was seated, which was right in front of the operator of the vessel on the starboard side, goes to the cause and manner of how she died and why this crash was so deadly.
Your Honor, all the facts that the state just described just now is simply not relevant. We have stipulated to identity, we have stipulated to cause of death. It's not at issue in this case. Those photos are very emotional to look at. There is no relevance to them. We are not disputing anything. As you have mentioned many times, this is a difficult case. This is an emotional case. Those photos are only add to that element, and it's just not necessary. And even if this court perhaps agrees with marginal relevance, just of minimal relevance, it is unduly prejudicial and it is barred under 403. Your Honor, during the pretrial hearings, you noted 1 to 2 autopsy photos, purposes of identification, and cause of death may be relevant and admissible. Anything beyond that, Judge, we cited to numerous cases in our motion. It is dispositive, it is controlling, and I think those photos are inappropriate and should be not admitted.
I would imagine, yes, but there are autopsy photos that show the condition of Ms. Fernandez with the fiberglass during the points of the autopsy, right? So this is, from what I'm reviewing here, 1N seems to be much less graphic.
Exactly, Your Honor. I do have 2 autopsy photographs that I do intend to introduce through Dr. Garavan, but we're not at that point yet. If the court wants to litigate, but it's literally only 2. There's nothing gory about them. They're very sad, of course, but it's a homicide. And that's to be expected.
I haven't seen the point, counsel, whether they're relevant. I think the photos have relevance. The question is, are they unduly prejudicial? You're permitted to present your case and evidence in your case. Death occurred, okay? I'm curious, though, as to why, through Mr. Fernandez, these photographs are coming.
I understand.
That's where
This is the reason why, Your Honor, because when he and his wife were in the process of trying to locate their daughter, they first go to one hospital, she's not there. Then they go to Kendall Hospital, which is where their daughter is. One of the issues was that when they wanted to, touch their child's head, they couldn't because of all the fiberglass that was there. And so he literally sees her in that condition. Now, he saw a lot more, and I have the photographs of a lot more that I can give to the court, so Your Honor can compare and contrast the way that these photographs that I have selected, I think, are the least emotional, are the most simply a chronicling of what the evidence is. And again, to the extent that, conflicts in the evidence, lack of evidence is a part of what reasonable doubt is, I think that these 2 photographs, which simply show some of the medical implements around her head and face and the fiberglass on the side of her head, those are not included in the autopsy photographs that I have selected to hopefully introduce later in this trial.
And in terms of the autopsy photographs, what do you mean? Because we're not going to have duplicity.
No, not at all.
And let me say it in defense. I certainly understand stipulation. However, a stipulation does not mean that I would not allow the state to present certain evidence. Now, they minimized, and they've asked me to review these 2 items to come in from Mr. Fernandez. Do you have any autopsy photographs?
I do have them, but those I'm not seeking to introduce through Mr. Fernandez, of course.
Of course not, but
Judge, I'll show counsel what has been marked as states 1T and 1U for identification.
and that's just those.
Yes. Your Honor, I'm passing them over to the court. And Judge, just for the record, the frontal photograph of Ms. Fernandez, I asked our litigation support team just to pixelate where her breasts were, but you can still see the injury she suffered to her chest because of the CPR that was done on her trying to keep her alive.
Well, there's no, these are the only hospital photographs.
Correct. 1N and 1M are the hospital photos, and then the 2 that I just passed up, Your Honor, I forgot the letters.
Are there any other photographs?
1T and 1U were from
Any
the
other
office.
photographs of Ms. Fernandez?
Excuse me?
Were there any other photographs of Ms. Fernandez?
At the autopsy?
Yes,
Yes, many.
I said that you intended to introduce.
No, those are the only two.
And these are the only, these are two now for Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, actually, three. Right,
Well, two from the hospital and one for legal identification photograph.
okay. We've already, again, I agree, we've heard argument on this. I have balanced the level of prejudice outweighs the level of value. I think it's relevant. You've minimized, to my satisfaction, over defense objection, one and co-comment. All right, now, in that regard, as I asked, is Mr. Fernandez going to be your first, your witness that we're calling now?
Yes, Judge.
Judge, can we address the autopsy photos, or are we gonna move forward and address that at a later time?
I'll address that later. I was just making sure that there wasn't going to be any kind of duplicity and the limitation of what photographs can be introduced.
I just want to reserve the right to respond to those two autopsy photos as well, please.
All right, are we going to make any adjustments to the seating?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Trying to see if there's a, I don't know where else to have him sit in the courtroom that's better than here, but if you have a suggestion, Judge, I'm all ears.
Perhaps the gentleman can sit this way on the corner there.
That corner, sir? That's fine.
If you're giving, Pino, again, he has his notepad and whatever he needs, right?
I'm having trouble
He
hearing
has
you.
his notepad, so he has a place to put this. And that way you can have communication with Mr. Pino.
Thank you.
All right?
You have one? Drink them?
All rise.
Thank you, everyone, be seated. State, can you call the first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state court will call Andres Fernandez, please.
So you step forward, raise your right hand, and sworn.
You swear affirm testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Facing this way, and the microphone's this way, so please keep your voice down.
Will do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Good morning. My name is Andres Fernandez.
Do you go by a nickname?
Andy,
How old are you?
52.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a lawyer.
What kind of law do you practice?
I'm a banking lawyer. I represent banks in, transactional, licensing, and regulatory matters.
Did you practice any kind of law prior to doing banking law?
Yes, I started my career as a public defender in this very building.
How long were you a public defender?
I was a public defender for about 3 years.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Melissa Fernandez.
How long have you been married?
We've been married for almost 25 years.
Do you have any children?
I do have 2.
Before we get to your kids, where do you live?
I live here in Miami, Florida.
How long have you lived in Miami?
52 years.
Did you go to high school here?
I did.
Where did you go to high
I
school?
went to Christopher Columbus High School.
You said that you had 2 children.
Yes,
Is one of them in the courtroom today?
yes.
And who is that?
Our 17-year-old son, Kevin, is over there.
Did you also have another child?
I had another child.
What was her name?
Her name was Lucy Fernandez.
What was her given name?
Luciana Cristina Fernandez.
What was Lucy's birthday?
August 26, 2005.
As of September the 4th of 2022, how old was Lucy?
Lucy was 17 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of George Pino?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so the record will be clear?
He's there at the end of the table in a dark suit and a white shirt.
How do you know this defendant?
I've known George's wife, Ceci, all my life, probably since the 2nd grade. And I met George when he started dating his wife, Ceci.
Did you attend his wedding?
Yes, I did.
Did you bring a date to that wedding?
Yes, I did.
And who was your date for Mr. Pino's wedding?
My future wife, Melissa.
Did you know his children?
Yes, I do.
How many children does he have?
He has 2 girls.
Do you know their names?
Yes, I do.
What's the older daughter's name?
Carolina, she goes by Caro.
And what's his younger daughter's name?
Ceci, like the mom, and she goes by Little Ceci.
Was your daughter friends with either of Mr. Pino's children?
Lucy was friends with Little Ceci.
Did the Pinos help raise Lucy?
No, Melly and I raised Lucy.
Did you ever know Mr. Pino as the camp counselor?
Never knew him as a camp counselor.
I want to take you back to Labor Day weekend of 2022, okay? Before we start talking about the events of that day, okay? And if you need water or something, just let me know.
Maybe a little water.
You do?
Yeah, a little water. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That weekend, were you at a place called the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, I was.
Could you explain to the jurors what is Ocean Reef Club?
Ocean Reef Club is a private club, a gated community in North Key Largo, Florida. It's a boating community, it's a golf community, it's a tennis pickleball community. It has a hotel where you can rent rooms. It has condos that you can rent. It also has homes and apartments where people live there, full-time and part-time throughout the year.
Are there any facilities there that allow people to store or dock boats?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
They have, at Ocean Reef, they have several marinas where you could keep your boat in the water at a slip, but they also have a facility that's dry storage where you could store your boat there, and they pick it up, with a forklift, and they put it on a rack.
Were you a member of Ocean Reef Club at that time?
Yes,
Are you still a member of Ocean Reef Club?
yes,
About how much of your life has been spent going to or visiting Ocean Reef Club?
a lot. I would say over 50% of my life has probably been down in Ocean Reef.
Why would that be?
My parents became members there in the early 80s. So my brother and I were raised going there. Probably our best memories as children were at that club. And then in turn, my wife and I, we raised our kids going there often.
Can you describe whether there's a sense of community amongst the people that are members of this club?
It is. The community is a family, and it's an extended family for all of us.
As of Labor Day weekend of 2022, was the defendant also a member of the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, he was.
Now, you mentioned something about being at Ocean Reef that Labor Day, is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors a little bit about what
What was your plan for that weekend?
It was Labor Day weekend, and we had made plans to be down there that weekend. My parents were going to be down there. My brother and his family were going to be down there. So our plan was to head down there on Saturday and spend the long weekend, playing golf, relaxing by the pool, watching football. It was the opening weekend of college football, so we just had plans to be with family and friends down there.
And what were the plans for Lucy that weekend?
Lucy was also going to be down there that weekend, but she wasn't going to be with us. She was going to be with the Pinos. The Pinos had invited Lucy to go down with her and spend the weekend with her, partaking in festivities that they were planning and had planned around little Ceci's 18th birthday.
Did you have any problem with Lucy going to this planned, weekend celebration?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I want to now take your attention directly to Sunday, September the 4th of 2022. Can you tell the jurors, what was it you did that morning?
That morning, I woke up and I played golf with some close friends. We played early in the morning. And I remember it was probably halfway through the round. I got a call or a text from Lucy and basically saying that she missed us, that she hadn't seen us, that she was going to be playing pickleball later in that day and to please come by and see her.
Did you do that?
Absolutely. When your teenage daughter says that she wants to see you, you drop everything that you're doing. So immediately when I finished my round, I went over to the pickleball courts and I walked over and I saw her and she came over and she gave me a super warm hug. I still remember that hug today. And she told me that their plan was to go out on the boat, that they were going to go to Billy's Point. And she said, please, you and Mom, please go out there, meet us. I haven't seen you guys. I want to see you guys.
When you saw Lucy by the pickleball courts, were there other girls nearby?
Yes, their whole group was there.
Okay. And when you say the whole group, I'm not asking you to list everyone, but do you remember some of the other girls' names that you saw there?
Yes. I remember Katy Puig was there. I remember Coco was there. I remember Cami was there. I remember Claudia Portocarrero was there. I believe even some of the boys were there that were also visiting. It was a big group that was there having fun.
Were a lot of these kids that you knew to be friends of Lucy for a long time?
Yes, many of them I knew for a while.
And even their parents, did you know?
Yes.
So when you finish up your round of golf, was it your number one goal as the day began to get on a boat and go out to Billy's Point?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because my plan that day was to play golf and to relax, and then we had plans to watch the FSU football game with my dad at his apartment down at Ocean Reef. He was going to have some people over. We're big FSU fans, and we were going to watch the kickoff to their season. That game was at 7:30, so I was always very conscious on the time that afternoon.
Did you in fact take your boat out to Billy's Point or that area?
We did.
Why?
Once again, Lucy asked us to go out and see her and meet her. So I remember after seeing her on the pickleball courts, I went back to where Melly was, which was on our other boat, and I told her that Lucy had asked us to go. And we both reluctantly said, we got to do it. So at that point in time, we started making arrangements we bought some sandwiches and stuff and got ready to head out to meet them where they were.
When you say Melly, just so we're clear, who's that?
That's my wife, Melissa. She goes by Melly.
Tell us a little bit more about the preparations that you have to make to go out onto your boat to head out to Billy's Point. What all do you buy?
I went to the store and I went and got sandwiches because I know we hadn't eaten anything that day. Melly was out, doing exercise. I had played golf. I hadn't eaten, so we went and got some sandwiches. I got ice. I made sure that the little boat had fuel. So, towels. We just, prepared, the boat for, being out for a couple hours.
The sandwiches, did you buy drinks to go with those sandwiches?
No, I had a couple seltzers and I had a little bit of rum and club soda for me.
So once you have the boat packed up and ready to head out to Billy's Point, do you actually get out there?
Yes, we got out.
First, another joint counsel states 1A for identification. First question for you, Mr. Fernandez. Do you recognize who is depicted in States 1A?
That's Lucy.
Judge, I move States 1A for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1A, Mark 20, States Exhibit 1.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1B for identification. Mr. Fernandez, I'm now showing you states 1B for identification. Do you recognize what is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, does this fairly and accurately depict the area of Billy's Point and also Ocean Reef and the Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes.
Your Honor, move state 1B for identification and evidence.
1B, marks for ID, State's Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down?
Yes, sir, just keep your voice up.
Yes. Understood.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, I have a little pointer here. First off, can you point out for the members of the jury, where on this map would we find Ocean Reef Club?
Right where this little blue dot is, right down here. That's the area where the main marina is, Ocean.
Now, if a person wants to go from that location up to Billy's Point, and just by way of example, can you tell us if Billy's Point is visible on this?
Billy's Point is visible with this orange sticker right there.
Okay. So what would be the route that you and your wife took to go from Ocean Reef up to where Billy's Point is?
Okay, we came out of the Ocean Reef main marina, which is right here. You can see it by this red marker right there. And we came out through here. We came through Angelfish Creek, which is all this, and then you end up in this Card Sound Bay. And then you come north through this channel, past this red marker, and up to Billy's Point.
Now, there's a series of green dots that are on this map. Can you explain to the members of the jury, what are those green dots?
That is a series of markers. They're red and green that traverse this whole area. It's actually a pretty long channel, and it's referred to, I believe, as Cutter Bank. And it takes you from this bay here, Card Sound, into this other bay, and it's protected by shallow water on both sides.
Over the course of your life, about how many times do you think you've gone from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
Many, many times,
How long have you operated boats over the course of your life?
since I was 15 years old.
Okay. Is this like your backyard?
That's basically my backyard. We spent a lot of time boating in this area, between this area and Ocean Reef and on the ocean side, so we spent a lot of time up there.
When you are traveling through the Cutter Bank Channel, is there one particular side that you would be on that channel as you go northbound?
Yes, I'd be hugging the right side of the channel, similar to the rules of the road.
And if you're coming back down, let's say from the Billy's Point area toward Ocean Reef, as you're going through that channel, what side of the channel are you on?
Same thing, you're hugging the right side, rules of the road.
Now, that particular Sunday, when you were going up to the Billy's Point area, did you leave in tandem with the defendant?
No, we had left. We left at some time, but we left on our own. We didn't leave at the same time as them.
Okay. Did you have any problems getting from Ocean Reef up toward the Billy's Point area?
No.
Once you get up there, do you encounter boats with other people that you knew?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors who is it that you see there?
there was another boat. The Suarez's were out there on their boat. The Pinos were out there on their boat, and then I recall another boat being out there, but I didn't really know who that family was.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the Suarez's. Is this another family that you knew from
Yes.
the Ocean Reef area?
Yes, they were there that weekend as well.
Were you all able to stop there at the Billy's Point location to hang out together?
No, we did not stop at Billy's Point.
Can you explain to the jurors why?
At some point, I learned that we were not going to Billy's Point. We were actually going a little bit further north because the Suarez boat needed more water. It had a deeper draft, so the water needed to be a little bit deeper, and the water at Billy's Point is more shallow. So the decision was made before we got there that the anchorage spot was going to be more north. So when we arrived, the Suarez's boat, which they had a bigger boat, was already anchored. So we were somewhere north of Billy's Point.
The red dot that's on this exhibit, does that depict the approximate location that you were at?
The general location was up there north.
Oh, one other thing. Are you familiar with Elliott Key?
Yes,
Have you ever been to the Elliott Key Harbor?
yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what's Elliott Key?
It's a harbor here somewhere in the middle, and it's referred to often as a ranger station. There's a dock, there's some facilities there, there's a little bit of greenery there. People go camping there, people do barbecues there. It's like a little marina harbor in the middle.
The yellow dot that I have here.
So I'm pausing it, guys, because the sentence and verdict, it looks like it's gonna be shown they're gonna be talking about it at 7:10 p.m. So I'm thinking in 5 minutes. According to JD Miles, it looks like we are going to, I guess, find out how much time they're gonna give Carmelo. So I'm gonna put us there. Let me see who's gonna be showing it. Let me see here. Da, 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 da. Okay, look.
Arriving around 7:10, so that's about 2 minutes away, and people will be arriving in the courtroom. So we could be, Sean, very, very close to hearing what the punishment phase is going to yield in this.
Yeah, kind of like the pattern we saw earlier today. They had lunch, they worked with lunch, they came back with the verdict. Now they've got dinner, they worked with dinner, and apparently they're coming back.
Yes.
So anytime between 7:10 and say 7:30, 7:40, 7:50, 8 o'clock, everybody's got to get back in the courtroom, got to assemble,
Yes.
reassemble. We're going to know how long Carmelo Anthony will spend in prison.
And Amelia Jones tweeted that they're going to lock the doors to the courthouse at 7:15. So this process is underway right now.
Well, that I heard you talking about that earlier, and that's exactly right. We've seen that play out in a lot of different trials. Jury will go to dinner, and then on the way back from dinner, perhaps they already, they have an idea of the decision on this, and so that's good news to hear. And it's also very good so that we can pay attention, pay close attention out here, because as we know, when the sentence is made public, then there could be a lot that's happening out here.
Are there people speaking now, Dion, as you stand there and report with us? Are there people speaking, or the crowd gathering at the steps of the courthouse?
Yeah, there's still some interaction going on, and I'm the best I can describe it now is that people are just trying to get their points across. They're kind of yelling, and like there's a woman now who has like a little microphone, and she's it's an amplified microphone, so she's just kind of shouting out some things that she feels like people should hear from her and be aware of. I can't even really make out what she's saying, but she's got some folks who are clapping and kind of encouraging her, and then others who are just there with their their devices, their cell phones, and just kind of recording her. But it is
I'm just going
a situation that is
put this out there. There's a guy there in a white T-shirt, and yes, Texas is a right to carry state right there, and yet he's
yes.
In this environment where the tension is high, that's not a good idea to let people.
I almost want to have my open my chat back up. I'm not showing the trial right now. Right? You said you been there just hanging in the chat. Oh man.
So it's 7:12 now, 12 minutes past
Definitely.
7 o'clock. Last word from our Lori Brown, who's been steadfast in that courthouse.
Yes, she has.
And stayed in that courtroom, is that the verdict is in, reportedly. People returning to the courtroom at 7:10, which is a couple of minutes past. So we expect to hear from Lori Brown as soon as she has more information to update us.
And right now we've got Bree West, who's on the line. She's a criminal defense attorney. Bree, you've been watching this all day. Thanks for joining us. We could be hearing.
Thank you for having me.
We could be hearing the punishment very soon.
Yeah, I think it's, this is a tough case for this entire community. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murdering the victim in this case, the victim's family, sort of accepting that verdict, understanding that verdict, Carmelo Anthony's family accepting that verdict, understanding that verdict. This is really tough, I think, for this entire community.
On this exhibit, does that be approximate location where the marina is?
Yes.
Or the harbor?
Yes.
And in fact, does it
Yeah.
actually say?
It says that we keep our roots.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. I didn't get your sign. Do you remember the approximate time of the day that you get to initially Billy's Point and then that location a little further north where the deeper water was?
It was close to 4 o'clock. It was somewhere around that time.
And did you feel like you had some kind of time limit on how long you could be there?
Yes.
Why?
Because as I mentioned, we had plans to watch the FSU game with my dad, and that game was starting at 7:30. So I wanted to make sure that I made it back to the marina with enough time that I could wash the boat, organize stuff. My wife and I could get showered and ready and be at my dad's apartment by kickoff. I didn't want to miss the kickoff. And I had realized that, we were a little bit further away than we normally are. And I knew it was going to take, me at least 45 minutes to an hour to get back.
Can you tell the members of the jury what took place once you get there at the northern part of where the, I guess, north of Billy's Point? I'll just call it this sandbar rendezvous location.
Okay. When we got there, I remember, the Suarez's boat was there already and they were anchored. And we were pulling up, and the decision was made instead of us, because we were on the boat Melly and I won was on an 18-foot boat. Instead of throwing the anchor, they just offered for us to throw a line to them, and we were kind of like tethered to their boat. The conditions were perfect. There was no wind. So we were kind of just tied up behind their boat.
Okay. And in relation to the Suarez boat, are you like in front of it or are you behind it?
Behind it. We're behind it. We're tethered and we're up back behind it.
Okay. And were you also tethered to the Pino's boat?
No, it was not.
Where was their boat in relation to where you and the Suarez boat were?
The Pino's boat was off to my right, to the east and back a little bit, but I would say, a good 30, 40 yards away.
And what kind of activities were taking place while you and these other, well, first off, were there kids there too?
Yes. Yes.
And parents?
Kids and parents were both there.
How were you all speaking with each other?
I mean, it was a beautiful afternoon. People were floating in the water. Everybody was having a nice time. The weather was great. The music was on. It was really a wholesome event.
Now you say wholesome.
Yeah.
Was there some alcohol involved?
Yes, there was.
Talk to us about that.
The girls were drinking, the boys were drinking, the adults had drinks. It was a situation where everybody was having drinks.
Did you have any concerns that the defendant, Mr. Pino, was too drunk to operate a boat?
No.
Did you yourself have some alcohol?
I made myself a drink when I got out there into my Yeti. Yes.
What's a Yeti?
A Yeti is a little cup that acts like a cooler, and you can put ice in there, and the drink and the ice will last for a while.
What was the drink of the day for you?
It was rum with club soda.
Okay. And you said that there was music. What was the music for you?
The music for me, I believe my default is reggae or something beachy, so I'm sure I had that going on in my boat.
At some point, does your daughter come over to where you are at your boat?
Yes.
What did she feel about your music?
as typical, Lucy told me to turn down my radio, that there was too much music playing, and she probably thought that the music I was playing was nerdy.
Okay. Did you turn the music down?
Whatever Lucy said, I did. So Lucy said, turn it down. I turned down the music.
Did Lucy ask for anything while she was there on the boat?
She did. I think I was on the boat on the time by myself, and I think I was putting on some sunscreen, and she got up on the boat and she said, Papi, can I have some sunscreen? I said, of course. And she put on sunscreen, and she was also asking for a rubber band, as they say, una liga, to be able to put her hair up in Spanish. Liga.
L-I-G-A?
L-I-G-A.
Okay.
A rubber band for her hair, and Melly had one on there, so she took it and put her hair up in a bun.
Does there come a time when you leave that area north of Billy's Point to head back so you'll be able to watch the football game?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact time that it was that you left?
I mean, it was sometime, between 5:30 and 5:45. I was very set on leaving on that time because I knew it was going to take me a while to get back.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave, does the Pino's boat with the people that were on that boat, did they leave at the same time?
No, I left first.
Okay. Before you left, did you take any photographs?
Yes, at some point in time, I don't know exactly when, but I did take a photograph of the afternoon.
Showing counsel states 1E for identification. Mr. Fernandez, do you recognize this photograph that's listed as states 1E?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that you took of the Pino's boat and the people that were on it that afternoon?
Yes.
I move states 1E for identification and evidence.
Okay.
1E marked for these states exhibit 3 in evidence.
Where are you when you take this photograph?
I am standing somewhere on the boat that I was on. So I took it from my boat towards their boat.
Are you able to tell in this photograph if your daughter is in the picture?
Yes.
Where is she?
She's down here floating in the water.
Right here where my finger is?
Yep, right there where your finger is.
Before leaving that area, did you and your wife say goodbye to your daughter?
We did.
Did you say goodbye to your daughter?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but when Lucy came up on your boat and asked for the rubber band and the sunscreen, what did she do before leaving?
She gave me a hug. And I remember it clearly because that's the last time I held her alive.
I want to now ask you about that photograph that you took. At the time you took that photograph, what was your state of mind?
Peace. Yeah, I was observing a really nice moment, a really beautiful afternoon. And that's why I took a picture of it, because it was really a beautiful moment.
Can you tell the jurors, how do you and your wife say goodbye to Lucy?
As we typically do, it was very easy for us to leave because we were not anchored. We were just tethered to the other boat. So we just let go of the line. We said bye, and we pulled out, and we pulled close to Lucy, and we were very obnoxious. And we started screaming to Lucy, bye, Lucy, we love you, this and that. And Lucy just looked at us and was like, typical. But that's how we said bye to her that day.
Do you make it back to the Ocean Reef Marina?
Yes, we do.
What do you do when you get back to the marina?
We get back, I start cleaning the boat, organizing some stuff, and I eventually move back onto the other boat to start taking a shower and getting ready to make it to my dad's apartment by the 7:30 kickoff of the game.
Did you ever make it to your dad's?
No, we did not.
Why not?
At some point right before we started to take a shower, we hadn't taken a shower, but we were about to take a shower. We learned that the Pinos got into an accident and the boat was capsized.
What do you do when you get that information?
My wife and I immediately, we jump back onto the little boat and we go to retrace our steps to try and find what's going on and try and find Lucy.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1D for identification. Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's marked as states 1D for identification. Do you recognize the location depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is I guess a blow up of Cutter Bank.
Is it an accurate depiction from your experience of traversing Cutter Bank?
Yes.
I would move states 1D for identification and evidence.
Bondi, March 4 this takes Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Mr. Fernandez, where would Ocean Reef be in relation to this blow up?
Down here, yeah, on the bottom, yeah.
So Ocean Reef is further south than what we see in this exhibit?
Yes, yes.
Do you retrace the steps that you explained to the jurors earlier in terms of how you went back out to try to figure out what had happened?
Absolutely, since we didn't know what happened and we didn't know where they were, we basically, we're just tracing our steps the same way we came back. We were going to go back out to see if we could find them.
Now, do you find any boats before even getting to the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes.
Can you point approximately where you would have been when you first encountered all these boats?
I mean, we came out, I would say Angelfish Creek is down here, which is how I came out the first way. We came out through Angelfish Creek in the middle, and the moment we got into this bay, we saw the chaos.
And that would be Card Sound Bay?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see once you get on the other side of Angelfish Creek and you're coming up Card Sound
Right.
Bay?
As I said, the minute we go through Angelfish Creek and we get into the open bay, right away you could see what appears to be chaos. You see police boats, you see police lights, you just see basically the scene of something serious and bad that had happened.
Did you approach this chaotic scene?
We went straight up to it, and we later learned that the boat that was there obviously wasn't the Pino boat. It was the boat that was the boat of one of the first responders, and they had put all the girls and as many people as they could from the boat onto that boat, and we got up to it as close as we could, and Melly and I were just screaming, "Where's Lucy? Where's Lucy?" And we were just looking all over the place, and we couldn't see her. We couldn't see her, and we were just screaming, "Where's Lucy?" Nobody was responding to us. As we got closer, we saw Gati Puig on the back of the swim platform, and she was in really bad shape. And at that point in time, Melly and I knew that
There are other girls that were in that vicinity?
yes,
Did you ultimately get any kind of clue of where you might go to look to find your daughter?
at some point while we're screaming, someone said, I don't know, but we learned that Lucy had left on the police boat. That's the only information we got. Lucy left on the police boat, find the police boat, Lucy left on the police boat.
Did you know anything about a helicopter ride or anything like that at that point?
At that point, no.
Does there come a time when you do get information about what hospital you might be able to find your child?
Yes.
Where?
At some point when we were already on our way back from Ocean Reef to Miami, we learned that some of the girls had been taken via helicopter and maybe even land, because there was a lot of information going on, to Jackson South.
Did you go there?
We were on our way there. We had spoken with family members and friends who were on their way there, and that's where we were going.
Was Lucy at Jackson South?
No, she was not.
So do you then have to
Yeah.
caravan to another hospital?
Well, at that point, our nightmare escalates because we have no idea where Lucy is. We can't find her. We don't know where she went. We don't know if she was taken. And it was a traumatic and nightmare experience that was playing out in front of us. We at some point get information that there may have been girls or a girl taken to another hospital. And we were told to go check Kendall Regional. So we headed that way.
When you get to Kendall Regional Hospital, ultimately, do you get to see your daughter there?
Ultimately.
Can you tell us what the process was once you get to Kendall Hospital to be able to see your daughter?
Objection, relatives.
Pardon me?
We get there, and as you can imagine, when Lucy arrives, she has no ID, she has no nothing, so nobody knows who she is. So we walk into Kendall Regional, and we go up to the reception desk, and we received information that our daughter, who was involved in a boating accident, may have been brought here. And we had a picture of Lucy on our phone, and we showed it to the receptionist. And the receptionist comes back and says, yes, somebody was brought here, but we cannot ID her from that picture because she's in bad shape. And at that point, Melly and I knew the inevitable. But we said, okay, she has a birthmark on the side of her hip, and she also has a necklace with her initials, LCF, Luciana Cristina Fernandez, and her date of birth. And we told that to the receptionist. The receptionist went and got on the phone, and Melly and I walked away. She called us back a few minutes later and she goes, your daughter's here.
Are you able to go and see her?
We did.
Can you describe what you saw when you entered the room where she was?
Horrific. A parent's worst nightmare. We walk in and she's hooked up to machines. She's got tubes coming out of every hole. And when we walk in, a nurse is performing some sort of emergency CPR on her to just try and keep her faint heartbeat alive. We have no doubt that she was holding on for Melly and I to get there.
Does there come a time over the course of that, well, do you remember approximately what time it was when you finally get to see your daughter?
I have no idea.
Nighttime though?
Yes, it was definitely nighttime.
Does your daughter pass away the next morning?
She passes the next morning at 6:30 a.m.
Previously marked states and identification.
Standing objection.
Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to ask if you recognize the exhibits 1M and 1N for identification, and tell me if these are pictures of your daughter at Kendall Regional Hospital.
That is what we saw when we arrived.
I move states 1N and 1M for identification and evidence.
1M marked for ID, states exhibit 5. 1N marked for ID, states exhibit 6.
Mr. Fernandez, calling your attention specifically to states number 6, which is now in evidence. Toward the bottom of her head, what is that?
It's a piece of fiberglass.
Were you able to touch your daughter's head?
We went and we were there, and the first thing we tried to do was take that off, and they immediately said, don't touch her. It's evidence. And at that point in time, Melly and I looked at each other and we're like, our daughter's a piece of evidence.
Judge, reserve a motion.
Do you need a moment?
Huh?
Do you need a moment?
No, no, no.
Lastly, Mr. Fernandez, I'm going to show you an exhibit. On top of these on S for identification.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Is this a picture of Lucy after she had died?
Yes.
At this time, I move states 1S for identification and evidence.
Over objection.
1S marked for ID, states exhibit 7 in evidence.
I must say, I'm really surprised that they even showed a photo of her, but they did show a photo of her. I'm really surprised, maybe because it's just her face. But you can definitely tell she's passed away at this point in time. And remember, she passed away because when the boat flipped, she was stuck up under the boat, guys.
No other questions, Mr. Fernandez?
No, okay. Thank you, Judge. Yeah.
Fernandez, as good a morning as possible, sir. We're both lawyers and you understand I will ask you some questions.
Okay, so I just got the text, I got the message, the tweet message. Colin, oh gosh, why did I do that? Collin County jury has sentenced Carmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison for the murder of Austin Metcalf, guys. So just so you are aware, that has came in. I will put it in here just in case anybody missed it. So he received 35 years. So just in case anybody's wondering, that's where we're at right now. Well, that's the verdict of it. So I don't even know what to say. So there's that. I just want to make sure I gave you guys the information because I told you guys I will bring it to you. Of course, they didn't kind of say it. I got it off a tweet and I just kind of copied and pasted from JD Miles. I'll let y'all know if he tweets anything else significant in regards to it.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. Lucy spent a lot of time during her childhood with Mr. Pino's daughter.
Yes, they were friends.
And spent some time in Mr. Pino's home.
Yes,
His family spent time together at Ocean Reef.
yes,
I think you described Ocean Reef almost like an extended family.
yes,
And so if I say that it was like Lucy was part of the Pino family, would that be a fair sort of way of expressing the kind of relationship that the families had?
right. But she was raised by Millie and I.
No doubt. But you also participated in events with Mr. Pino's daughter,
Yes,
and you cared for them like, as if they were your own daughters, you would care for them the same way, right?
yes,
Families cared about each other.
yes,
And on excuse me, that weekend, the Pinos had organized a get-together for all the girls and some boys too, right?
yes,
And I think you described that day you started out playing golf and then you went to the pickleball event.
yes.
And it was Mr. Pino who had organized that pickleball event for the,
I'm assuming he organized everything.
and so he was, had he organized other things for the kids over the years? Events, things for people to go to?
I'm sure, yes,
And you attended many of them?
yes,
Okay, so then that day you travel over to Billy's Point and then go further north. Let's call it Elliott Key. Is that a simple way?
yes,
And was it typical? Was this the kind of gathering that you all had done in the past
yes,
with the Pinos even?
yes,
Sometimes without the Pinos?
yes.
And the various families, depending on who might be at Ocean Reef that weekend, would, I use the word caravan or however you want to describe it.
Yes, it was a very popular spot where many people would go.
And was this weekend and this Sunday typical of the kind of activities and celebrations, even if it's not a birthday, but the kind of mood that would share with the families?
Yes,
And you told the jury that that would include the adults consuming some alcohol,
moderation, yes,
and that was something that had been done in the past?
yes,
And the parents, at least you and the Pinos, would allow or not object to the kids, some of the teenagers consuming some alcohol?
yes,
And on that day, you were going to travel back by boat from Elliott Key back to Ocean Reef, which you did.
yes,
And I think you told the jury you had had a drink,
yes,
and you felt still that you could operate the motor vessel without being impaired.
yes,
And you observed Mr. Pino that day,
yes,
and you felt comfortable that he was not impaired.
yes.
I just have one other question area. Mr. Pino had seen Lucy for much of her life, knew her quite well, her face, right?
Yes,
He would, under most circumstances, he would recognize Lucy right away when he sees her, right?
yes.
Did you sense there was love between Mr. Pino and your daughter?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I know that he's known Lucy forever. How he felt about Lucy, I mean, I can't speak.
But the families had.
There was a friend. There was a friendship. There was a friendship.
Sorry that we had to have this experience together.
I'm sure you are.
Just one formality. Here's a photograph I'd like to show you. Let me do it this way. There are two. First one would be the bigger one. That one, please. And forgive me, Mr. Fernandez, I have one more thing. So this would be Defense Exhibit A1, marked for identification. And if I may approach the witness. Have you seen that photograph before?
Yes, I saw it one other time.
And does that photograph depict the area that we've been discussing today, including Mr. Suarez's boat and your boat?
Yes.
Offer Defense Exhibit A1 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Without objection.
A1 marked for ID. Defense Exhibit A.
And I have one copy that I can show the jury while you're holding that one.
Excuse me, can I see the-
And so, let me stand over here. That's okay. There's a boat in the photograph with a black bimini top.
Yes,
That would be your boat.
that's the boat we were on, correct?
Is that called the Tidewater?
Tidewater, yes.
And if you look, there appear to be two people in the boat. Would that be yourself and your wife?
Yes,
And then there were some folks swimming in the water in the foreground here.
yes,
And is that Suarez's boat to the right side of the photograph with some people swimming in the back?
correct. You can't see, but there's a line that goes from his boat to my boat, and I'm tied up like that.
And the word line in boating is rope.
Right, right.
So your boat is effectively tied to the Suarez boat so that the Suarez's boat anchor is serving effectively as an anchor for your.
Correct.
Do you know what time this photograph was taken?
No, I do not.
Have you ever seen, has anyone ever shown you any metadata regarding that photograph?
No.
I'd like to show you something that's not yet in evidence to see if you recognize it, and just read it to yourself. I've shared it with the state. And I ask you if that perhaps refreshes your recollection as to what time that photograph was taken.
Is that marked for identification?
It was marked
Yes,
as,
sir.
what number was it marked as?
A2.
Defense Exhibit A2 for identification. And without reading from it, because it's not yet in evidence, does that refresh your recollection of what time the photograph was taken?
I can only assume what it says here. I didn't take this photograph.
So I'll ask you without reading from the document, is it possible that you were still tied to the Suarez boat as late as 5:41 p.m. on September 4th?
Like I said, I didn't take that photo, so I can only go by what that number says.
You told us that you thought you were departing LT somewhere between 5:30 and 5:45.
Correct.
And is it possible you departed even a few minutes later than 5:45?
You know, it could be possible. I mean, from this picture, it looks like I'm actually getting ready to get up onto my boat to leave. And like I said to the jury before, that from the process of getting on the boat and leaving was literally just untying and going. So likely it was very close to that time.
Very good. Mr. Fernandez, thank you. Starting again.
Thank you.
We would offer it if the state has no objection, otherwise we can tie it up later.
There's no foundation.
We're gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, I gave you mine.
This is the
Okay, you read the rest.
This is the exhibit. Yes.
I have these. And the other one. I'll do this,
Mr. Fernandez, I have here for you Defense Exhibit A, which is in evidence.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you this bright pink pen and ask if you can circle on it where you are on this.
Right under the picture?
On the picture, yeah.
That's me down there.
It kind of looks like you're maybe toward the back of your boat in this photograph. Is that right?
Yes, that is.
What's at the back of your boat there?
My ladder to get onto the boat.
And how are you so sure that it's you?
Because I remember the hat I was wearing that day, and I remember, and where I can see Melly was leaning over to me and we're having a conversation.
How did your daughter like that hat? Nerdy?
She probably made fun of me about it, for sure.
Opposing counsel asked you about the fact that, there were minors there, kids that were 17 years old that were consuming some alcohol.
Yes,
Why would you allow for that to happen?
because adults were present. It's a controlled environment. We were around there to watch them and make sure that everything was okay.
Did you ever see the defendant with any alcohol?
Yes,
What kind of alcohol did you see him with?
I recall him with a beer.
Were you overly concerned about the fact that he had a beer?
No.
The defense attorney also asked you if, when you saw Mr. Pino, was he impaired? Did you check his eyes to see how dilated they were?
No.
Did you ask him to do tests like where you have to walk on a line in a straight line and turn around?
No.
Did you take his pulse?
No.
Did you get up in his face to smell if he smelled like alcohol?
No.
When a person is on a boat, is it very easy to just stand perfectly still?
No.
Why?
Because, there's things moving, the waves, current. The boat is by nature not steady. The boat, when you walk to one side of the boat, it moves, and this and that. It's not a flat surface like concrete.
Do you know how much alcohol the defendant might have consumed after you left?
No.
No other questions?
All right, thank you. Sir?
Excuse me. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been sitting for a bit of time. I need to speak with the lawyers. I just want to find out about the next witness. Just give us a moment. Your attorneys, and that is not a physical contact. You can communicate. You have notes, you have a notepad, and that is how all communications will be. There'll be no more. There's no communication. We are in session. This court is in session. When you're in sidelines, and maybe I don't want to assume anything. I'm not going to assume anything, but it's going to stop. Okay? If I have any more concerns, Mr. Pino, you understand what the alternatives are. This case will proceed, and it will proceed in a proper and just and respectful fashion. This is, again, a court of law. You take your socializing or your concerns, emotions outside this courtroom as best as we can do. And we all need to do our best. Mr. Pino, this means you. Okay?
I understand.
Very good. Bring the jury out.
All rise.
Everyone receive the thank you. State if you're calling your next witness.
Thank you. Take a call from Mila Alvarez, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony about this to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm just keeping this line here. Into the microphone. I know it's a little awful because you're looking this way. So I have to keep yours in the mic.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please tell the jurors your name?
Camila Alvarez.
Do you go by a nickname?
Yes, Cammy.
How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Do you go to school?
Yes,
Where do you go to school?
Florida State University.
What year are you in?
Going into my senior year.
Could you tell the jurors what is it that you're studying?
Studying public relations.
And what's your plans post-college?
Hopefully go to law school. I'm studying for the LSAT this summer.
What do your parents do?
They're both lawyers.
Um,
Thank you.
Could you tell us, what are you doing this summer?
Yeah, I'm studying for the LSAT pretty much. That's the gist of it.
I think we've all been there. Done that. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about where did you grow up?
I grew up here, specifically Coral Gables. I live there.
What high school did you attend?
Our Lady of Lords Academy,
When did you graduate high school?
2023.
Growing up, were you friends with a girl by the name of Ceci Pino?
Yes.
Did you ever meet her parents?
Yes.
What are her parents' names?
Ceci Pino, George Pino.
Do you see George Pino in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue tie, suit.
How did you distinguish between Mrs. Pino and her daughter?
I say Ceci mama and Ceci hija, so Ceci mother and Ceci daughter.
I want to read you a list of names of girls and ask if you are either friends or acquaintances with them. Lucy Fernandez.
Yes. Would you like me to specify whether I was friends or acquaintances with her, or just simply yes or no?
What was your relationship with Lucy Fernandez like?
We're friends.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's in evidence. It states number one. Is this a picture of Lucy when she was alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys go to school together?
Yes.
You close friends?
I'd say so, yes.
What about a girl by the name of Katerina or Kati Puig? Were you friends?
Yes.
What about Isabella Mia Rodriguez?
Yes.
What about Natalia Reed or Nati?
Yes.
Coco Aguilar?
Yes.
Andrea Knopfler?
Yeah.
Sarah Gutierrez?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Paola Pau Garcia?
Yes.
Claudia Portocarrero?
Yes.
Carolina Monterrey?
Yes.
And Ceci Iha?
Yes.
Little Ceci?
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit. It states exhibit 1O for identification. Are these names of the girls that I just read out in addition to a couple of other people?
Yes.
Who are the other people that we didn't just name that were your friends from school? That happened?
Cecilia Pino, adult, and George Pino.
Okay. On September 4th of 2022, did you go on a boat owned by George Pino with the people listed on this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 1O for identification and evidence.
1O marked for ID, State's Exhibit 8. in evidence.
So let's talk about the weekend that you went on that boat trip with all these people that were on that list that I just showed to you. Do you remember what grade you were in school?
Yes, I was senior in high school.
Okay. Did you get invited to a birthday party that weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Whose birthday was it?
It was Ceci house, Ceci daughter.
What was the purpose of the party?
It was just kind of to celebrate her birthday.
Where was it? Where did the party take place?
We would be in Ocean Reef.
Have you ever been to Ocean Reef before the time that you went for Little Ceci's party?
I'd been there for the day, never overnight.
Could you tell the jurors, what was your understanding of what was going to happen over that weekend?
Pretty much that we were gonna drive to Ocean Reef that Saturday morning, spend the day there, spend the night in the house that they had at Ocean Reef. Following morning, we'd have morning mass, and then we'd go to the sandbar for the day. And I don't remember really the plans after that.
Okay. So on the afternoon of Sunday, September the 4th of 2022, is that when you went on the boat to go to the sandbar?
Correct.
Who operated that boat?
George Pino.
Did anybody else at any time steer or operate that boat?
No.
Was Mrs. Pino also there?
Yes.
Were any food or drinks provided on their boat?
Yes.
What do you remember?
I just vaguely remember Ceci mother offering food, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Were there also drinks that were brought by the Pinos?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what kind of drinks were provided?
All I remember is water and kind of mixed drinks, like maybe seltzers of that sort of time.
When you say seltzers, what do you mean?
Do like Truly, or also they had the hard lemonade.
Do those beverages contain any alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wind up going to the sandbar that afternoon?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what kinds of things were going on at the sandbar?
Just kind of like nothing out of the ordinary, like people breaking off into groups, kind of conversation, like people just switching over, most of that conversation hanging out, I would say.
Okay. Were people drinking alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
Were you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you had to drink that afternoon.
I had those hard lemonades. That's what I remember. I don't remember if I had any other specified drinks, but I definitely remember drinking hard lemonade.
Who were you drinking with?
From what I remember, Caterina Puig and Paola Garcia.
Okay. Is there an expression you use called 1 for 1?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, what does 1 for 1 mean?
So basically 1 for 1, I guess, means that when you have a drink, you have a partner per se, and you guys go 1 for 1. So let's say I'm on my first drink and my partner's on their first drink as well. When you finish, both of you finish number 1, you go to number 2, and you don't go to the second one until that other partner is done with the first one. So you kind of match as you go. Is that clear enough?
I think so. How many of these 1 for 1 drinks do you think you had that afternoon?
I remember having 10.
Okay. Did the Pinos ever tell you, hey, you're not supposed to be drinking alcohol?
No.
By the time you leave the sandbar, how are you feeling?
I was feeling, impaired, I would say.
Had you ever consumed alcohol before?
Yes.
Does there come a time when everybody that went out on that boat all gathers back onto that boat?
Yes.
To get back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Okay. All the same people that went up with you are the same people who came back with you?
Correct.
Now, as you get up onto the boat, at some point, was a video taken of you and some of the other girls singing and dancing?
Yes.
Have you seen that video? in
Yes.
fact?
Yes.
I've shown that to you before?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember that video even as you're here today in 2026?
Yes.
I know that you don't have your initials on this, but on this CD or DVD, there is a video that I believe I showed you recently, yes?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to move states 1 R for identification subject to linking it up.
No objection, subject to linking it up.
Being linked, admitted.
1 art marked for ID, States Exhibit 9 in evidence.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish? Thank you. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to sit here just so she's able to see the video?
Sure, just keep your voice up, please.
Is that the video that was shot of you and the girls that afternoon? Yes. Is Lucy in that video?
Yes.
Is Conti in that video? Yeah. Is little Ceci in that video?
Yes, keep your voice up.
I'm so sorry, Judge.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. You can take your seat. on that particular day, was a photograph taken of you with most of the other girls?
Yes.
Showing counsel states 1F for identification. Salvador, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is that a photograph taken of almost all of the girls that were at that party that at the sandbar?
Yes, ma'am.
And it states 1F for identification and evidence?
No objection.
1F, marked for ID, State's Exhibit 10 evidence.
Ms. Alvarez, I want to ask if you will help me fill out on this photograph the names of the various girls who are depicted, okay? So let's start first with this young woman up at the top on the left. Who's that?
That's me.
Cammy?
Yes.
Who's next to you?
Coco.
Okay, the next row, who's in the pink hat?
Andrea.
Who's got the pink glasses?
Mascati.
And who's next to Kati?
That's Claudia.
Okay, now over to the far left on the bottom. Who's that?
That's Sarah.
Do you know if it's S-A-R-A or S-A-R-A-H?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who's next to Sarah?
Scott.
Her real name is Carolina?
Yes.
And who's next to Carol?
That's Bob.
Who's on the end here in blue?
That's Matthew.
Who's got the pink heart-shaped glasses at the bottom with a little tiara on?
That's Ceci.
Little Ceci.
Yes.
And finally, who's in the white bikini with the little flowers?
That's Lucy.
Everybody's properly?
Yes.
Now, there's one girl that you told us that was there, that's not in this picture. Who was that?
Mia Rodriguez.
Was she the one who took the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you all start to head back to Ocean Reef, do you remember if everybody sat in the same seats that they did going up to the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Do you have a recollection though of where you were?
Yes.
When you were coming back from the sandbar? Showing council states 1B for identification. I'm showing you an exhibit. It's labeled as 1V for identification. Is this an accurate depiction basically of the layout of Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
This time I'm going to state 1V for identification and evidence.
Okay.
1B, marked for ID, State's Exhibit 11.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions if you remember who was sitting where.
Okay.
Okay, first we have a circle here that says OP. Who was there?
George Pino.
Who was seated in the seat that has the number 1?
Ceci Mama, so mother.
Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who was in seats 4, 5, or 6?
No.
But some of the girls were located there?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about seats 13 to 12. Do you remember who was in those seats?
No.
How about seats 11 and 10?
Yes.
Okay, who was at seat 11?
Me.
Who was at seat 10?
Copy.
Do you remember who was in seat 7?
Coco.
What about seats 2 and 3? Do you remember who was sitting in the back?
Yes.
Who?
2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 2 would be Mia Rodriguez, and 3 would be Sarah Gutierrez.
What about seat 8?
Carmen Monterrey.
And finally, seat 9, who was that?
Lucy.
This is an accurate depiction as best you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you a question. Gati, Lucy, and Mia were all seated on the right hand or starboard side of the boat.
Yes,
Who were the 3 people that were the most injured after the boat crashed?
it would be them 3.
Mia, Lucy, and Gati?
Yes.
So on the way back from the sandbar, did something catastrophic happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I just remember a jolting kind of feeling, where I pop up and the boat starts to capsize.
Up until that moment, were you paying attention to where you were going?
No, ma'am.
Were you serving as a lookout to make sure that there was no danger ahead?
No, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you and the other girls were just exchanging, laughs and just hanging out together?
Yes.
After the boat struck something, did you know what it had hit?
No.
Did you eventually find out what it was that it hit?
Yes.
What was it?
A channel worker.
Did you notice those channel markers when you were heading up to the sandbar?
Not that I remember.
Were you paying attention to them on the way back?
No.
Were you the operator of the boat?
No.
After the boat struck an object that you realize now was the channel marker, can you describe as best you can, step by step, what happened?
Yes. So I remember kind of popping up to my feet. I'm looking around, I see George, and the boat starts to move. And I hear Bob scream jump. So I just jump off the boat. I'm out of the water. Looking around, I see a lot of cushions in the water. And immediately I see Nathy Reed. She's like treading water, panicking. She's in a panic attack and she's not. And she's not staying afloat. She's bobbing in and out, not swimming. So immediately, simultaneously actually, Al is screaming, Lucy, Lucy. And I tell her, look around, I see who's around us. I see that some girls have been ejected from the boat like farther down. And I tell her, I said, go over there, just go and see if she's there. So as I send Al off there, I turn around and I see nothing, and I grab a cushion for her, like the seat cushions were afloat. Grab it for her, I give it to her, I said, you just gotta breathe, you gotta hold on to this, and you just gotta stay above water, just hold on and breathe. And she looks at me, she's like, are you okay? She's like, okay, I'm okay. Like, thank you. Okay. And then I hear like some sort of like wailing kind of sound. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry, I can't go like more into detail, but it wasn't like a crying, it wasn't like a screaming, it was somewhere between it. And I turn around and I see Mrs. Pino holding up Mia, or attempting to, Mia Rodriguez.
Do you need some water?
No, okay, thank you. Mia Rodriguez is covered with like blood. So is Miss Pino. Miss Pino's trying to hold her, but she can't. They're both kind of taking on water, like, and a minute now they were going to be completely submerged. And so I went back to cushions, grabbed another cushion, put it under Mia to kind of lift her up, hold her above water, to help Miss Pino. So it's us two now, kind of holding her up. And then some good Samaritans, I guess, had come into the water at that point, and they're like, here, just give her to us. And I kind of give her to them. And at that point, in that handoff, I hear Val, I'm assuming it was her, but I do hear someone telling me, Lucy, Lucy, like, she's not here, she's not here. So I immediately turn around, go by myself and I just start swimming. I just start swimming towards our boat, the one that's now completely capsized. And at that point I see George from, like, I'm getting closer now, I see George's hand on the boat. Just kind of like, and
I'm sorry.
yes,
Only
I can
because
stop.
we're in lawyer land where you
Oh,
have to
please.
speak out loud.
Oh, sorry.
What you just described, can you tell us what you saw? I think we all saw you, but just so that the record will be clear. What was
Nice.
it that you saw the defendant George Pino doing?
I saw the boat completely flipped over, kind of like, I would describe it like a top of a shell, kind of. I just saw his hands kind of just on the boat now, completely flipped over and his hands are on the boat. And I just hear from a distance someone saying to check under the boat. And I don't remember anything else.
I want to ask you a question. It sounds like you were really involved in trying to help other people. Did you yourself get injured at all from this?
After everything, like when my dad got me, my head started, like my head definitely started to feel kind of pain, but during, no.
And you also told the jurors that you'd had quite a bit of alcohol that afternoon. After that crash, did you still feel buzzed or impaired?
No. There was a point where I believe when the police got there, like on the boat, kind of like let go, and it kind of felt like a fog. I don't know if you could put that in the impairment, but before then, no, I didn't feel buzzed at all or anything like that.
Do you feel like you had your adrenaline pumping through your body?
Most definitely, yes.
You indicated that you had seen the defendant right after the crash on the boat. What did you see of him at that moment?
I saw George passed out. He was stuck in the aisle of the boat, tangled in some wires. When I first saw him, I thought he had passed away due to impact.
Were you glad when you saw that he was actually outside the boat holding onto it?
100%, yes.
Does there come a time when you see Lucy after this boat crash?
Yes.
Where do you see her first?
From what I remember, I see her on the boat that I'm on.
What's going on with Lucy on that boat?
They're attempting to give her CPR.
Do you remember initially if there were people that were not, like from fire rescue or police that were helping her?
Yes.
Okay, so it was other Good Samaritans?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see how she wound up getting onto that boat?
No.
Aside from you and Lucy, was there anyone else from the boat crash that was on the same boat that you were on?
Yes.
Who?
Mrs. Pino.
Any other girls on that boat with you that were from the crash?
No.
Did the police wind up coming up to that boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember a helicopter hovering over that boat?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I just remember looking up and seeing a helicopter right above the boat that I'm on, and a man coming down a ladder, I would say, rope kind of.
What happens once the police and the man that comes down from the helicopter get on the boat that you're on?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Of course. What happens once the police get to the boat that you're on and the guy from the helicopter comes down and they're now on that same boat with you and Mrs. Pino and Lucy? What's the next thing that happens?
They take Lucy and me and Mrs. Pino onto the police boat.
Where were you on the police boat?
So the center console is here, on the other side towards the front, where they usually have a bench right there. That's where I was.
Okay. And where was Mrs. Pino?
Right next to me.
Where do the police take you and Lucy and Mrs. Pino?
like
Not so
some,
much the name of it.
some
but like,
place, yeah, I don't know, I would say, like some station of sorts, I would say.
Was there a place to dock boats?
Yes,
Was there like bathroom facilities there?
yes,
Did you see like grass around?
yes,
And is that where you wind up staying
yes,
for a while at least?
definitely.
Does there come a time a little after you arrive there that a lot of the other girls are brought to that location?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury which girls do you remember, even if it's not all of them, do you remember any girls in particular that were brought by a second boat to that location?
I remember Ceci, Little Ceci, and Claudia.
Did you ever see the defendant at that ranger area station?
Yes.
What did he look like when you saw him?
Well, at this point, had been there alone for a little bit, and then George had come, and I kind of remember them, like, I couldn't talk to him at first, and then I ended up seeing him, and he was just kind of, just a manner of shock, like, very slow. I remember, like, specifically, it looked like his eyes were, like, kind of coming out, and he was just like, Cammy, what happened? He was like, Lucy, she okay, where is she? And that's all I remember.
Eventually, do the police and fire rescue escort you and the other girls and Mr. Pino away from that ranger area?
Yes,
Did the police give you and the other girls anything to cover up with?
yes, some sort of like white blanket, I would say.
Up until that point, had you guys pretty much just still been in the same bikinis you were in for the party?
Yes,
Do the police take you to a marina that's on the mainland?
yes, I believe it was Black Point.
Does somebody come and pick you up?
Yes, my dad. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alvarez. My name is Janelle Gomez, and I represent Mr. George Pino. We've never met before, right?
Correct,
We've never spoken.
correct.
You used to play soccer with little Ceci, right?
Yes,
And when I say little Ceci, we all know we're talking about the daughter, and when I refer to the mom, I'll say Mrs. Pino.
okay,
That's how you met little Ceci, right? Playing soccer.
yeah,
And you used to consider little Ceci a good friend.
definitely, yes,
You still consider her a friend,
definitely,
and you still talk to little Ceci, right?
yes,
You also know little Ceci's parents,
yes,
Mr. Pino and Mrs. Pino.
yes,
And you have known Mr. and Mrs. Pino for at least more than 5 years,
yes,
since around 2021, that sound right?
yes,
And you visited the home of Mr. and Mrs. Pino.
yes, ma'am,
Do your parents know little Ceci's parents?
yes,
And before September 4th, 2022, before that, have you been on a boat before?
yes,
You've been on a boat several times.
definitely, yeah,
You think around 30 to 40 times is,
I would say yes,
okay. And so you have some familiarity with boats,
correct,
a little bit of experience. So I want to talk now about that weekend, Labor Day weekend, September 2022. So you went to Ocean Reef Club to celebrate little Ceci's birthday.
yes,
You girls all had like a slumber party of sorts.
correct,
And your parents knew that you were going to be staying with the Pino family?
yes,
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
no,
Did your parents know that you were going to be taking a boat ride with Mr. Pino that weekend?
yes,
And did they allow you to do so?
yes,
They allowed you to travel to Ocean Reef and do this boat drive?
correct,
Your parents trusted Mr. Pino with your safety.
Judge objection?
So at the sandbar that day, you all went to Billy's Point. That's the name of the sandbar. You were at the sandbar after you left Ocean Reef Club.
yes,
There were other boats at the sandbar, correct?
yes,
There was AJ Suarez's boat. Mr. Fernandez also had a boat there as well. So there were other adults.
Yes,
Mr. and Mrs. Pino were not the only adults that were at the sandbar and were part of that group that weekend.
correct.
And you were all hanging out together.
Yes,
So you testified a little bit about how you had engaged in some drinking that day. And some of the other boys and girls, they also were engaged in some drinking.
yes,
When you were done drinking, whether it was a glass or a container, you had to throw away that container, right?
correct.
And you would toss, we're gonna call it the empties, you would toss the empty, let's say on whatever boat was nearest to you when you were done consuming that beverage.
Yes,
And so if you were closest to Mr. Pino's boat, you would toss the empty on there.
correct.
And you tossed a lot of empty containers on Mr. Pino's boat.
Yes,
And you also saw other boys and girls and other people toss empties on Mr. Pino's boat.
yes,
You estimate that a lot of these empty alcohol containers were tossed on Mr. Pino's boat.
yes,
And that's because you were hanging around near his boat for a lot of the time.
yes, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Pino drinking alcohol that day?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the boat ride on the way to Billy's Point. You were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Pino was operating the vessel.
yes.
On the way to Billy's Point, did Mr. Pino drive his boat in any way that made you feel unsafe?
No,
Did you feel that Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
no,
So you felt safe when Mr. Pino was driving his boat on the way to Billy's Point.
yes,
You felt comfortable.
correct.
And now before leaving Billy's Point, I know, you spent some time at the sandbar, you spent a few hours there, right?
Yes,
Before leaving Billy's Point, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Pino was impaired by alcohol?
no,
Okay, now, you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on the way back from Billy's Point,
yes,
correct? And I want to talk before the accident, before the crash. When Mr. Pino was driving his boat back from Billy's Point, did you feel that he was driving in a dangerous way?
no,
Did you sense that he was operating the boat in an excessive speed?
no,
Did you feel unsafe in any way?
no,
Was there anything about the way that Mr. Pino was operating his boat that it made you feel an accident could have happened?
no, ma'am.
Did you sense that Mr. Pino was operating his boat in a way that put other people in danger?
No,
So you also felt safe during the ride back from Billy's Point into the marina?
yes,
You felt comfortable as well?
yes,
And now, just before the accident, if you can remember, just before, do you remember that, did you notice an increase of speed?
Can you clarify that? Because when you get on a boat, like you slow and then you start to go faster, do you mean that specific time or
Of course,
closer to?
of course. No, right before the accident.
No,
No, if you didn't sense any kind of increase of speed. Now, on that ride back from Billy's Point, was there a time that someone instructed everyone to sit down?
yes,
You recall that?
yes,
And did you follow the instruction and sit down?
yes,
And did everyone around you also sit down?
from what I recall, yes,
And on that point, did everybody have their own space to sit on the boat?
yes,
Were you sitting on anyone's lap?
no,
Was anyone sitting on your lap?
no,
And you didn't see anyone else, sitting in that way?
not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did the actual impact, it came as a surprise to you, right?
Yeah, definitely,
And after the impact, you were not ejected from the boat. You stayed on the boat.
correct,
And you saw Mr. Pino stay on the boat as well.
yes,
And you testified that he was knocked unconscious.
correct,
His eyes were closed.
yes,
You testified that you thought he actually died as a result of the impact.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Alvarez.
Thank you.
Ms. Alvarez, when you're out there on that sandbar, are you hanging out with the adults mostly, or are you hanging out with the other girls and the boys that are your age?
I don't remember.
Were you keeping track of what George Pino's actions were out on that sandbar?
No.
Was he the reason why you were there? Or were you there to be with your friends?
I was there for Ceci.
Now, are you saying that the defendant consumed no alcohol, or just that you don't know if you ever saw him drinking alcohol?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I know of. Yeah, I don't recall seeing.
Okay. Now, I think you already explained to us that you were seated, as according to this diagram, in the seat that's number 11. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as you're seated in seat number 11 and you look in front of you, do you see what's ahead of the boat?
No.
What do you see when you're looking up in front of you?
Mainly the ground. I'm looking more down.
So are you paying attention to exactly how George Pino was operating that boat?
No.
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 9 seconds before that crash?
Yeah.
Did you trust that he was operating it safely 8 seconds before the crash?
I wasn't really telling the time. I'm sorry. I don't really understand the question.
Let me take you this way, okay? There was a crash, yes?
Correct.
1 second before that crash, were you worried about whether or not George Pino was operating that boat safely?
No.
2 seconds before the crash, were you worried that he was operating it unsafely?
No.
3, 4, 5 seconds, were you worried he wasn't operating it safely?
Same answer, no.
Because you thought that he was operating that vessel safely, right?
Correct.
Did you trust that he, with you and his wife and his daughter and all those other kids, that he would safely navigate that boat?
Yes.
No other questions.
All right, thank you, the witnesses excused. Watch this.
Thank you.
All right. Next, everyone, you just please wait in the courtroom for a moment while I have the jury excused first. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a lunch break at this time. Please put your
So just real quick, they going through their lunch, of course, and we gonna TiVo past that. But from the last witness testimony, to me, I don't know. This, even though he may have had alcohol in his system, I mean, remember, they can't bring in that he was intoxicated really like that because they don't have any numbers on it. So when they're asking people that were on the boat, like they asked Lucy's dad, like, did you feel like he was too intoxicated for your daughter to go with him? He said no, but of course he doesn't know how many beers or whatever George had between the time he last seen him and when the accident happened. It seemed like, even on top of even we talking about alcohol, I think that it has a lot to do with partying and not paying attention. You know, for 9 seconds, 9 seconds, even when you're driving down, that's why they tell you don't use your phone when you're driving, because you can be driving, look down, and somebody can dart out in the middle of the street. So it's kind of the same thing in regards to the boat. Like, I don't know, they definitely was partying. So I don't know who was manning the boat at this point in time, but it appears that he was the person that was supposed to be. He was the captain of the ship. So yeah, that's definitely something else. But everybody's coming up here saying that they didn't see any issues, they didn't see any problems, none of that stuff. So yeah, and here we go with the feet walk. I'll take us past that part and let's get actually into the courtroom where it looks like we're gonna have it's probably another young lady that was on the boat. But I don't know if he's gonna be found. I don't know if they can find. I'm gonna find out. I can't remember his charges. But let me find out his charges again, because I don't know if they're gonna be able to convict him of this.
Is the clerk, raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you swear affirm testimony about the people to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
This one.
Thank you, please have a seat. I ask you to keep your voice maybe a little louder than you normally would, because as you're looking at the jury, it's actually away from the microphone, so it's a little awkward, so keep your voice up, okay? Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Hi, I'm Catalina Monterrey.
And Ms. Monterrey, do you have a nickname that your friends call you by?
Gato.
Okay. And thank you for using the microphone. Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
Are you a little bit nervous?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to take our time, and if you need a break, just let me know, okay? Ms. Monterrey, how old are you today?
21.
Are you attending college?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Syracuse University.
And what are you studying at Syracuse?
Health and exercise science.
What do you hope to be when you graduate?
Something in pharmacy down the line.
Okay. And what year are you in?
Going to be a senior.
Did you grow up here in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Where did I grow up?
Yeah, like what area of the county?
Like Kendall, South Miami in the past.
And where did you go to high school?
Westminster Christian School.
Now, we're here to talk about a crash that occurred the Labor Day weekend of 2022. Do you remember that weekend?
Yes.
And do you remember the day of the crash?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the people that were there. Were you friends with Lucy Pino?
Yes.
How did you meet Lucy Pino?
Little Ceci.
Little Ceci.
We went to Epiphany together.
Is Epiphany high school or elementary school?
It's an elementary and middle school.
So was she someone that you knew a very long time?
Yes.
Was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to the same high school as you?
No.
Where did she go?
Carrollton.
Because you went to different high schools, how did the two of you meet?
How did we first meet?
Yeah.
At Epiphany in elementary, or before elementary, like pre-K kindergarten.
Did you ever meet her parents?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time with George Pino?
Yes.
How about Mrs. Pino? And when I say that, I'm referring to George Pino's wife.
Yes.
Did your parents know the Pinos, Mr. and Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
Would you go over to their house?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some other people. Did you know a young lady named Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Was she also a friend of yours?
Yes.
Did she go to your school?
Epiphany, yes.
And how about your high school?
No.
Was Lucy a close friend of yours as well?
Yes.
How about a young lady named Kati Puig? Did you know her from high school?
Before elementary, I met her. So pre-K.
And was she also a close friend of yours?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time when you were invited to spend the Labor Day weekend at Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And I'm referring to the birthday party for Ceci.
Yes.
Were you excited for that weekend?
Yes.
Were your friends excited for that weekend?
Yes.
Did you know all of the girls that were attending this birthday weekend?
Yes.
Would you say you were like one friend group, that you all knew each other, spent time together, called each other on the phones?
Some of us were closer to certain people than others.
So who did you go with to Ocean Reef? Were you in a car?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Who was in the car?
Yes.
Gati, Little Ceci, Coco, Lucy, and I.
Did you pack up the trunk with all of your stuff for the weekend?
I think so.
Okay. And who was the driver of the car?
Gati.
So when you got to Ocean Reef, did you all have like a house that you were all staying at?
Yes.
Did you have your own room, or were you sharing a room with other girls?
I was sharing a room.
How many beds were in the room?
In my room,
Yeah.
2 beds.
So just so that I understand, was it 2 girls per bed?
Yes.
Was this a house with several bedrooms in it?
Yes. I don't know how many.
Okay, and how about bathrooms? Did you have your own private bathroom, or were you sharing bathrooms?
I believe we were sharing.
Did George Pino and his wife also stay in the house that the girls were staying at?
Yes, I think so.
All right. So when you all get there, now, and we're talking about September 3rd, 2022, the day before the crash, did you all have like a special dinner at the house?
Before, so this is on September 3rd. I'm sorry.
September 3rd, yes.
Yes, that night we had a dinner.
And this was, I guess, at the house where people were cooking for all the girls who were staying at for the party weekend?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't go out on a boat on September 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what you guys had for dinner that night?
I don't remember.
And that's totally fine. Do you remember around what time you went to bed that night?
Around like 2 a.m., say?
Now, when you went to sleep that night, did you know what the plans were for the 4th, the very next day?
Yes.
What were the plans for the girls to do on the 4th?
In the morning, I know we had pickleball and then to go on the boat and then dinner.
So whose boat was it?
George Pino.
And was he the person who steered the boat when you went out to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Had you ever been out on the water with him before?
Yes.
Had you been to Ocean Reef before?
Yes.
Had you been to this specific house where you stayed on this weekend?
No.
So this was the first time that you were at the house this weekend that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So when you wake up, was it a nice sunny day?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Clear skies?
Yes.
Did you go out and play pickleball?
Yes.
And just in case any of our jurors don't know, what is pickleball?
It's kind of like tennis, but with not a net. That makes sense?
And less running?
Yes.
Okay. So how long would you say you play pickleball for?
Like 2 hours? I'm not sure, but I would say 2 hours.
Did all the girls go to play pickleball?
I think so.
After you left playing pickleball, did you go back to the house to change your clothes?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So when you boarded the boat, can you tell me the girls that boarded the boat with you?
I don't remember boarding the boat. I don't remember who I was with when I boarded the boat.
Judge, may I approach the witness? Sure. Just to help you out, Ms. Montgomery, I'm going to show you this is already in evidence. This is page 8. Can you take a look at this list? And can you let me know, are these all of the people that were on the boat with you on your way to the sandbar?
Yes.
And do you see your name sort of towards the bottom?
Yes.
Was anyone other than the people on this list on the boat, or were these everyone? Take your time.
I believe this is it.
Okay. Judge, may I publish this again?
Sure.
What were all the girls wearing when they got on the boat?
I think bathing suits.
Okay, that would make sense. You're going to the sandbar. Was there a cooler on the boat?
Yes.
Now, in the cooler, was it stocked with drinks?
Yes.
Was there some alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
Was there like alcoholic seltzers? I guess one type would be Truly.
Yes.
Was there any beer?
Yes.
And how long would you say the trip was to the sandbar?
Like 30 minutes? I'm not sure though. I would guess 30 minutes.
You're estimating.
Mhm.
Okay. So on the way to the sandbar, did you have anything to drink on the way?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, when you get to the sandbar, can you describe sort of what you see? Were there other boats there?
I don't remember right when we got there were other boats, but throughout the day there was.
So was there, I guess, another boat with young men that were there that you and your friends knew?
Yes.
And would the girls on your boat go back and forth between the Pino boat and the boys' boat?
Yes.
Would you say that the boys on that boat were, part of your friend group?
Yes.
And were they there also in part to celebrate Ceci Pino's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have to swim from boat to boat?
Yes.
Who would you say you spent the most time with?
I don't remember, but if I had to guess, Coco,
Was Coco the person that you were closest friends with that was there?
Yes.
All right. When you were hanging out, were you just kind of enjoying the day, having a fun time with your friends?
Yes.
Did you have, or did you drink any of the drinks that were packed in the cooler while you were at the sandbar?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of drink you had?
Trulies.
And Truly's, like I mentioned earlier, is like an alcoholic seltzer water?
Yes, I believe.
Were your friends drinking with you?
Yes.
How about the adults? Did you see George Pino holding a beer?
Yes.
I'm assuming you weren't focused on George Pino while you're playing with your friends, were you?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, were you like counting the amount of drinks that George Pino was having?
No.
But you can't say that you did see him having a beer in his hand at one point.
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually get on the boys' boat?
I think so.
Was there like music playing at the sandbar?
Yes, I think so.
Did you see, or actually, I don't know if I asked you, do you know Lucy's parents?
Yes.
Did you see Lucy's parents at the sandbar?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak to them at all?
I think so.
Just kind of like, hi, how are you, and stuff?
Yes.
All right. How long would you say you stayed at the sandbar before it was time to go back to the house? And you could estimate.
Like 3-4 hours is my estimate.
While you were there, were you having a fun time?
Yes.
Did it seem like everyone was having a fun time?
Yes.
At some point, do you go back on George Pino's boat to return to the home?
Yes.
And before we get there, let me just show you a photo. May I approach this? So this is already in evidence, but I just want to show it to you. This is states 1. Is this your friend Lucy?
Yes.
May I republish these, Judge, as I go? Yes. And then this is already in evidence as well. This is states 10 that I'm showing you. Ms. Monterey, do you see yourself in this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and one of your friends has already labeled this photo. Was she right?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in the second from the bottom right?
I believe so. Yes.
Now, earlier today, we watched a video here in court that had music Uptown Girl. Do you remember you all kind of having fun listening to Uptown Girl and being with the video recordings?
Yes.
And you've seen that before?
Yes.
All right. Judge, may I republish what's in evidence states 9? Judge, can the witness step down from the witness stand to help me publish the video?
That'd be fine, if your voice up, please, ma'am, okay?
Ms. Montero, can you join me over here? And I'm just gonna sit down so I don't block you. If you could stand right here and then take a look at the video up here that I'm about to play. You able to see it?
Yes.
So can you tell the jurors and speak loudly who the girls are in the video?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Coco Aguilar. This is Natalia Reed. That's Claudia Potocadero. That is Cami Alvarez. And here on the right, I think that's Kathy Quigg.
And I'll play a little bit and we'll keep going, okay? I'm showing the defense states 11. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. Montgomery, I'm showing you, this is already in evidence, it states 11, and one of your friends already labeled this as well, but I just want to make sure if this is correct. Were you sitting at position 8 on your return trip back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
And was Lucy sitting to your immediate right?
Yes.
Now, why did you choose to sit in the middle?
Because I've always been kind of scared of boats.
And so did you ask to switch seats with Lucy so you could sit in the middle?
Yes.
So prior to leaving, I guess Lucy moved to your right and you moved into the center.
Yes.
Okay. So when you begin the trip back to Ocean Reef, you mentioned that you had some alcohol. Would you say you were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes.
And you tell me if this word would be the right word. Were you feeling, I guess, buzzed?
Yes.
Were you feeling drunk?
No.
Okay, so you were affected by it, but you still had your senses for the most part. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. On the return trip back, were you all still listening to music and dancing?
Yes.
And when I say dancing, I don't mean full-blown moving around, but I guess going back and forth and enjoying the music, enjoying yourselves.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you're going towards Ocean Reef, is there anything out of the ordinary or unusual before the crash occurs?
No.
Was the impact, was it sudden?
That means unexpected, right? Yes.
Now, did you see George Pino steering the vessel, or he was behind you, so I'm imagining you weren't able to see that?
I did not see. No.
Okay. Were you looking or paying attention to channel markers, or do you know what a channel marker is?
I know what a channel marker is, but I was not looking.
So moments before impact, were you aware that anything was directly in front of the boat?
I was not aware.
Did anyone make you aware by saying, watch out, look out? Did you hear anything like that?
No.
Did you feel the boat try to jolt out of the way or move suddenly before impact, or was it straight and then crash?
I did not feel any jolts or movements.
Was the crash loud? Did it make a loud bang?
I don't remember.
Did you fall out of your chair?
Yes.
Did you fall out of the boat?
No.
How about, or were you knocked unconscious after the crash?
No.
Did you hit your head immediately after the crash on anything?
No.
Did you see Lucy right after the crash?
No.
Were you feeling the adrenaline of the situation in your body?
Yes.
Who did you see closest to you in the ship?
Nati Reed and George Pino.
Was Nati Reed injured?
No.
How about George Pino? Did you notice whether or not he was injured?
I think he was bleeding, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you briefly, can you look around the courtroom and see if you see George Pino, the person that we're talking about?
Yes.
And can you just identify him by something he's wearing?
A navy blue suit.
And how about his tie?
Light blue.
All right. Did, when George Pino was still on the boat, did he run towards you or did he say anything towards you?
He said to jump.
And did you jump?
Yes.
Was the boat filling up with water?
Yes.
Can you describe what it was like when you saw the boat filling up with water?
It was filling up on the right side, so it was going down on the right side. The left side was coming up, so I jumped to the right.
Did George Pino jump off the boat as well?
I don't think so. I don't know.
And I imagine that your focus is on your own safety, not the safety of George Pino in that moment.
Correct.
Were you wearing a life jacket?
No.
Were any of the girls wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was George Pino wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was Mrs. Ceci Pino wearing a life jacket?
No.
Was this a situation where you were asked to wear a life jacket and you didn't, or everyone was just happy, not wearing it?
We were never asked to wear life jackets.
All right. So when you land in the water, is it a situation where you're jumping a far distance, or at this point, are you pretty close to the water?
When I have to jump, is that what you're referring to? I jumped, and when I got back up out of the water, I was far away from the boat.
Do you know, or do you remember hearing anyone else shouting or calling out?
No, but there was a lot of yelling, but I don't really remember.
Were you frightened?
Yes.
Are you, when you're in the water, treading water, and you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Are you surrounded by debris from the boat?
Yes.
Are there like boat cushions as well floating around?
Yes.
What girls are the closest to you when you're treading in the water?
Andrea Knopfler, Kati Puig, and little Ceci Pino. Maybe Sarah Gutierrez as well, but I'm not sure about her.
Now, when you look around, do you happen to notice that Kati may have been seriously injured?
Yes,
And what led you to believe that?
she wouldn't open her eyes.
Was little, or I guess since you referred to it as that, was little Ceci and Andrea attempting to help and rescue Kati?
Yes,
Was Kati sort of like propped up on some of the debris or a cushion?
yes,
What did they use to prop her up?
a piece of the boat.
Was it like a large piece of debris or something smaller?
I think it was the size of that.
I actually was going to ask, would it be similar to the top of the podium here in court
Yes,
in size?
yes,
Okay. And I'm going to refer to it as like a Good Samaritan boat. You understand what I mean when I say that? Was there a Good Samaritan boat that helped you and your friends get to safety?
yes,
Now, that boat that we're referring to, did it have like orange cushions?
yes.
Who of your friend group was rescued onto that boat?
Do you want me to name?
Yeah, if you could.
Me, Carolina Monterrey, little Ceci Pino, Mia Rodriguez, Kathy Puig, Coco Aguilar, Claudia Pozcarero, Al Garcia, Sarah Gutierrez. I think I'm missing. Oh, I don't remember if Cami was on it, but I think at one point she was. George Pino, I believe, was also on it at one point.
Now, the Good Samaritans, were they adults? They weren't teenagers, they were adults?
Yes,
Had you ever met them? Did you know them prior to them helping you?
no,
Did one of them help you get out of the water onto their boat?
I don't remember exactly. Either that or I just got on. I don't remember.
How about Kati? Did you see how Kati was brought onto that boat?
No, but either the Good Samaritan people helped or we all helped. I don't remember.
Okay, and that's totally fine if you don't remember. On the Good Samaritan boat, would you say it's pretty chaotic?
Yes,
Were you concerned for your friends that were hurt?
yes,
Were you yourself seriously injured?
no.
Did you have any injuries?
A cut on my eye and my jammed finger. That's it.
So relatively speaking, although it was a scary experience, you did not suffer any extensive injuries as a result of this crash, did you?
No,
Okay. Now, your friend Coco, was she sort of like gripping her arm in pain?
yes,
Did it seem as if that she was suffering some injury to her arm based on how she was acting?
yes,
Now, Kati, you mentioned in the water was unconscious, was she still unconscious on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Was she sort of like in a fetal position in the back?
Yes.
Was everyone doing their best to try to help her?
Yes.
How about Mia, Isabella Rodriguez, she goes by Mia. Was Mia also sort of like in a fetal position on the back of the boat?
Yes.
Did she also seem to be seriously injured?
Yes.
Now, unlike Kati, was she sort of making noises?
Yes.
Can you describe what type of noises she was making?
She was like screaming, I'd say.
Based on hearing her screaming, did it seem like she was in a lot of pain?
Yes.
Was there anything that you or your friends could do for her in that moment to help her?
Try to calm her down, but she just was screaming a lot.
Did you have any first aid training or anything like that?
No.
Now, you mentioned that at one point, George Pino joined you girls on the boat that you were on, right? I think you mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
Was he like standing upright the way I am now, more or less?
Yes.
Was he communicating?
I don't remember.
And by communicating, I just mean like able to speak with you girls.
Yes.
Did you like go over to him and have a full conversation with him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Who were you mostly staying with and talking to?
Coco?
And if I'm not incorrect, were you sort of like in the middle of the boat on sort of like a sunning area?
Yes.
And Coco was sitting next to you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to call 911 from your cell phone?
No.
Was that because it was in the bottom of the ocean?
Correct.
Were you able to eventually borrow someone else's cell phone to call your parents?
Yes.
And were you able to get in touch with your parents while on the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had been involved in a crash?
Yes.
At some point, does a police boat come up to the Good Samaritan boat?
Yes.
Did the police officer go onto the Good Samaritan boat and try to help Kati and Mia?
I think so.
Now, eventually, do you leave on a boat with some of the girls that are uninjured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
And then the girls that were more injured, like Kati and Mia, did they go with another boat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lucy Fernandez, after the crash, right, you had said that she was sitting next to you. Do you ever see her again?
No.
Do you know what happened? And not from what people told you, but from seeing it yourself, do you know what happened to Lucy?
No, I never saw her after.
Okay. When you board the police boat with some of the girls that are less injured, do you go to like a ranger station or something like that?
Yes.
And when I say ranger station, I mean like there's picnic benches and bathrooms, things like that.
Yes.
When you get there, is there like fire rescue or people that are checking out all the girls to make sure that they're okay? Medically assessed, I guess I could say.
Yes.
And so you were attended to by like medical personnel before going home that night?
Yes.
Okay. Before going home, are you brought to a place called Black Point Marina or like a more official station?
Yes.
And how do you get there?
To Black Point?
Yeah.
On a boat?
All right. And are you still with the girls that are less injured or relatively uninjured?
Yes.
Okay. Is George Pino with you all on that boat?
Yes.
And then when you get to Black Point Marina, do your parents come and get you from there?
Yes.
And then you go home and do you sleep in your own bed that night?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, does someone official wearing a police uniform speak to you and ask you similar questions that I'm asking you here today, just to find out what you knew?
Yes.
And did you, answer their questions the same way that you're answering my questions?
Yes.
If I could just have one moment. Thank you so much for being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few questions, but for now, okay.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Monterey.
Good afternoon.
My name is Janelle Gomez, and I represent Mr. George Pino. Have we ever met before?
I don't think so.
We've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
So I only have a few questions for you. During direct examination, you mentioned that after the accident, you saw Mr. Pino on the boat, and he was the person that said to jump.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Right now, during direct examination, when the prosecutor was asking questions, you said that you had seen Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident, and you heard Mr. Pino say jump.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall? Do you recall being deposed in this case around July of last year?
We don't object to improper impeachment, Judge.
We should have copies of the transcripts of the depositions.
I have a physical copy, Your Honor.
So it should be filed with the record. Is there an additional copy filed with the record?
Judge, we did not file any depositions in this case. I know that some were filed, so I don't know if that was included.
Using that in this way, the rest of the witnesses will have copies filed. Okay, what page are you referring to?
Page 48, Your Honor. That's my only copy.
You need to just rephrase your question on that. So,
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Monterey, do you remember ever saying previously that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Can you repeat that?
Of course. Do you remember ever saying that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
I don't remember.
Can I hand you something that may refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You want to say something?
If you want to go the line number.
I have page 48, line 4 through 7.
just read it to yourself, and after you read it, let us know if that refreshes your.
Hold on, is it? The highlight page. Ms. Monterey, does that refresh your recollection that you previously said that you did not see Mr. Pino on the boat after the accident?
Yes, but what if I remembered?
That's fine.
Oh,
Perfectly
okay.
fine. So that's your testimony, right?
Yes, but I remembered that I did.
Okay. And did you ever say that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious?
I don't remember.
You've known little Ceci since elementary school, right?
Yes, or younger.
That's when you first met little Ceci.
Yes.
Do you remember how old the two of you were when you first met? If you recall.
Like 4 years old?
And you maintained a friendship with little Ceci throughout the years, right?
Yes.
And to this day, do you still consider little Ceci a good friend?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that you and little Ceci grew up together?
Yes.
And you also know Mr. and Mrs. Pino, right?
Yes.
You've known them since you were a little girl.
Yes.
And have your parents met Mr. and Mrs. Pino before?
Yes.
You have visited their home in the past?
Yes.
Before September 4th of 2022, before that date, you had been on a boat before, right?
Yes.
That was not your first time on a boat.
Correct.
In fact, you had been on Mr. Pino's boat before.
Yes.
You would say you've been on his boat around 20 to 30 times in the past.
Correct.
And you were also on Mr. Pino's boat on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And most of these times that you were on Mr. Pino's boat, were your parents present?
In the previous times I've been on his boat?
Yes.
No.
So your parents would allow you to go on Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
And you've also been an invited guest of the Pino family at Ocean Reef Club in the past.
Yes.
And when I say in the past, I mean before September 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Would you say you were a guest at Ocean Reef Club with the Pino family around 10 to 15 times?
Yes.
Okay. And so the sandbar that's located at Billy's Point, you've been there before?
Yes.
So now I want to talk a little bit about Labor Day weekend of 2022. You went there to celebrate little Ceci's birthday.
Yes.
Can you remind me what day you drove up?
Saturday, September 3rd.
Okay. Do you remember if at night, on Saturday night, you girls had lasagna for dinner?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if Miss Pino cooked lasagna that night?
I don't remember.
And your parents knew you were going to be staying at Ocean Reef Club with the Pinos, correct?
Yes.
Did your parents accompany you that weekend?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were your parents there with you that weekend at Ocean Reef Club?
No.
Did your parents know that you were going to take a boat ride with Mr. Pino at some point throughout the weekend?
I think so.
And your parents allowed you to go?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the sandbar. When you were at the sandbar at Billy's Point, would you say that most of the time you spent it was at or around Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
I had to set that.
And do you remember that you told the officer that he was lying on the floor, he was still next to you on the floor?
I don't remember.
If I show you something to refresh your recollection, do you think that might help?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you previously told an officer that you had seen Mr. Pino on the floor unconscious and that he was bleeding?
Can you repeat that?
Does what I just showed you refresh your memory that you had previously told an officer that you saw Mr. Pino unconscious on the floor of the meeting?
A little?
Two more questions for you. When you left the sandbar, you were on Mr. Pino's boat, correct? Traveling back to Ocean Reef Club
Yes,
that day on September 4th, 2022.
yes.
Did you ever feel that Mr. Pino drove his boat in an excessive speed?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you ever feel like Mr. Pino was driving too fast?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, the crash that we're all here for, was that the worst thing that's ever happened to you in your life?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, please.
Witness is excused, thank you.
I'm part of a law firm.
Is appropriate, your right hand be sworn. All right, you have a seat here, please, sir. Thank you. Just keep your heads up because the microphone's in one direction and the other behind the other. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the judge?
My name is Brent Reitman. I'm a civil trial lawyer in Broward County.
How do you like being on that side of the podium?
It's an odd sensation.
Okay. How long have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney since 2010. I've been practicing civil trial law for the last 13 of those years.
Are you a solo practitioner or are you part of a firm?
I'm part of a law firm with 3 other attorneys.
Who are those other lawyers?
It's myself, Scott Lieberman, Ivan Cabrera, and Sean Thompson.
For those who may not know what a civil trial attorney does, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the type of law that you practice?
Absolutely. So primarily, our law firm handles cases for victims or their families who have unfortunately befallen catastrophic injuries.
I want to ask if your firm was retained by the family of a young lady by the name of Katerina or Kati Puig.
Yes.
And was that in relation to injuries that she suffered as a result of a boat crash that occurred on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were George Pino and his wife, Cecilia Pino, 2 of the people that the Puigs were suing as a result of what happened to Kati?
That's correct.
Maybe approach on legal issue.
Okay, come on in here. Please report. Thank you.
That's correct.
Mr. Reitman, you indicated that your lawsuit filed, or your law firm filed a suit against George and Cecilia Pino, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what George Pino looks like?
I do.
Do you see him in this courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing so our record will be clear?
He's the gentleman at the end of the table, right in front of me in a blue tie.
We sit with it.
All right, so I
In the course of that litigation, did you send to an attorney for George and his wife a document called an interrogatory?
Yes, we did.
Okay. First, what was the name of the attorney that was representing the defendant and his wife?
It was represented by an attorney by the name of Andrew Mescaloto.
Would you explain to the members of the jury what is an interrogatory?
Absolutely. In civil lawsuits, parties go through a phase of what's called discovery, where each party is allowed to gather evidence to support their own claims or to learn about the adversary's defenses. One of the tools that are available is sending an interrogatory, which is a written question. That question has to be answered under oath or subject to the penalties of perjury.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1X and 1W.
Subject to the prior objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you states 1W and 1X. Can you take a moment, look at each of these exhibits and tell us if you recognize them?
Absolutely. I recognize them, yes.
Are these in fact the interrogatories or the answers to your interrogatories that was filed in the lawsuit against Mr. George Pino and his wife?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I've moved states 1X and 1W for identification and evidence.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection is needed.
1W marked for this states exhibit 12 in evidence. 1X states exhibit 13 in evidence.
Mr. Reitman, I'm showing you states exhibit number 12. Whose answers are those for the interrogatories?
This one is the answers of George I. Pino.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, on the last page of that document, is there a place for the defendant to sign his name?
Yes.
Above the part where he signs his name, is there something known as a jurat?
Yes.
Can you explain what is a jurat?
The jurat is where the oath of the declarant comes in. Florida rules allow you to either affirm under oath or to make a declaration under the penalties of perjury, which is what this one appears to be under 28 U.S.C.A. 1746.
Could you actually read to the members of the juror what it was that the defendant signed off as far as the truthfulness of his answers?
Sure. According to this jurat, it says, pursuant to 28 U.S.C.A. 1746, which is the statute I just referenced, I declare under the penalty of perjury, under the laws of the United States of America, that the foregoing interrogatories are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
And what was the date that he signed that document?
This is dated October 19th of 2023.
Now, the boat crash that was the subject of this litigation, that was on what date?
September 4th, 2022.
So this is more than a year after the boat crash, correct?
13 and a half months, correct.
Now, let's go over a couple of the questions that were asked and the answers. I want to direct your attention to question number 5. What was the question that you were seeking an answer to in interrogatory paragraph number 5?
The question on number 5 is describe in detail how the incident described in the complaint happened, including all actions taken by you to prevent the incident.
What was Mr. Pino's answer under oath and penalty of perjury?
was pursuant to Florida Rule of Civil Procedure 1.340 subsection C. Mr. Pino refers to his statements on body cam to FWC investigator Thompson.
What question did you ask in paragraph number 6 of this document?
Want me to explain what that 1.340C is?
Sure.
Oh, sure. 1.340C is a provision of the interrogatory rule that allows that instead of answering a question, if the other party has information that is equally accessible to them, you can refer them to whatever that item is as the answer to the question.
I practice criminal law, so correct me if I'm wrong, but does that basically allow a person in answering an interrogatory to say, hey, what I said that time, that's my answer?
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly what it is.
So let's talk now about question number 6. What was that question that you were seeking an answer to?
Question number 6 is describe in detail each act or omission on the part of any party to this lawsuit that you contend constituted negligence that was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
Did Mr. Pino provide, under penalties of perjury, an answer to that question?
Yes.
What was the answer that he provided?
The answer was the wake of the unidentified vessel headed northbound was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question.
I want to direct your attention to paragraph number 17. What was the question you were seeking an answer to in that paragraph?
Question 17 is, did you consume any alcoholic beverages or take any drugs or medications within 12 hours before the time of the incident described in the complaint? If so, state the type and amount of alcoholic beverages, drugs, or medication which were consumed, and when and where you consumed them.
What was Mr. Pino's answer?
As disclosed to the FWC on the date of accident, Mr. Pino consumed 2 beers in the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint. Mr. Pino took no medications or drugs within the 12 hours before the incident described in the complaint.
Did you also ask a question of Mr. Pino, the defendant, in paragraph 18?
Yes.
What was that question?
That is, did any mechanical defect in the vessel which you were riding at the time of the incident described in the complaint contribute to the incident? If so, describe the nature of the defect and how it contributed to the incident.
And what was Mr. Pino's answer under penalties of perjury?
No mechanical defects were known to Mr. Pino prior to the voyage. Unknown at this time whether a mechanical issue with the vessel contributed to the accident. The defendants have been unable to inspect the vessel as it remains under seizure with the FWC.
Ultimately, were the civil proceedings involving the defendant George Pino and his wife resolved?
Yes.
They're no longer active, is that fair to say?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Judge.
Your Honor, can we reserve a for a hearsay objection as well as to the interrogatory of
Objection, Judge, speaking of objections.
Whatever was reserved previously, those objections have been presented. Okay, very well.
May I excuse you?
Thank you. State your witness.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Araceli Alvarez.
So, this is
ARACEL1.
Please step forward, please the clerk, raise your right hand and sworn.
You swear affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please keep your voice up. Microphone is in one direction, jury is in another, so you know we get louder. Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You have a microphone in front of you, so you could just use that and keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record and introduce yourself to our jurors?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Alvarez.
And Araceli, do you go by Shelley?
I do go by Shelly.
Okay. So ma'am, who do you work for?
Currently for Playa Largo. Current Playa Largo.
And is Playa Largo a resort?
It's a resort.
Are you an event planner?
I am.
How long have you been an event planner for?
Since 2022.
So before being an event planner at Playa Largo, were you an event planner at Ocean Reef Club?
I was.
How long were you employed at Ocean Reef Club in general?
In general, off and on since 2006.
Okay. And so were you working there full time?
Yes, when I worked for Ocean Reef, I was full-time.
And before you became an event planner, did you work at like an ice cream shop or a smoothie shop, something like that?
I did.
And would you serve guests at the club?
Yes, members of the club.
I'm sorry, you're gonna need to.
No? Okay.
Okay. Now, just briefly about, we've heard Ocean Reef Club mentioned. Can you tell the members of our jury what exactly is Ocean Reef Club?
It's a private club down in the Keys.
Is it membership only?
Membership, yes.
Are there like large events, weddings, things of that nature hosted at the club?
Yes.
Are there like villas or houses that can be rented?
Yes.
And is there a fee to become a member?
There is an initiation fee and there's fees.
Can I just come without a membership to Ocean Reef Club and use the facilities and things like that?
No.
Would I need somebody who's a member to invite me?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're here for a trial, State of Florida versus George Pino. As someone that worked at Ocean Reef Club prior to the date of the crash, had you ever met or known George Pino?
I have seen him in the club before, yes.
Okay, and I saw you looking. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you just describe an article of clothing that he may be wearing?
Blue jacket.
Okay.
Light blue tie. It's a blue jacket with a light blue tie.
Identified.
Thank you, Judge. Now, just so that I understand, although you may have seen him around the club, was he like a personal friend of yours or anything like that?
No, he's just, he's a client of ours.
He's a patron, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how about the Fernandez family with their daughter Lucy Fernandez that is now deceased? Did you know that family as members of the club as well?
I did.
Would it be accurate to say that just like George Pino and his family, they were just people you recognized, but no close connection or personal connection to them?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to draw your attention to a banquet event order that was filled out for the date that we're all here to talk about, September 4th, 2022. Were you the person that created this event order?
Yes.
Okay. And was it George Pino's wife, Ceci Pino, that requested this event to be planned?
From what I recall, yes.
Now, I think that you recall communicating either by phone or email, but you're not quite sure which.
I'm not sure exactly how we communicated.
But either way, are you sure that you didn't speak to her face to face?
No, I don't. I've never seen her in person to coordinate this event.
Okay. So when a member of the club wants to make an event, how do they go about doing that, generally speaking?
They would just reach out to our department and we would coordinate those event, like those details together, and we would create an event, that event order that you see in front of you, and we would just make the event happen.
And so once a member wants an event to be created, does that get input into your department system?
Correct.
And does that include all of the details of what the member wants the event to look like?
Yes.
So for example, does the member tell you what type of food they want there?
Yes.
Does the member tell you the venue that they want?
Yes.
And I think, is one of the venues that Ocean Reef have called The Point?
Yes.
All right, and if I could just show you, I'm showing the defense was marked 2A for identification. Okay. May I approach it?
Yes.
And then I'm showing you what's marked for identification at 2A. Do you recognize this as a photo of The Point?
Yes.
And is this the place where events can be hosted by Ocean Reef?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I asked that it be admitted? Okay.
2A March for the States Exhibit 14 in evidence.
No, before I ask the court to publish, ma'am, so looking out on this photo in the direction of that boat, is that looking eastward?
Yes. The borders is east.
And then on the left side of the page, is that north?
No.
All right, may I publish the fish? And just again, repeating what the witness said, in the direction of the boat at the top, that's east, and then on the right side of the page. And so the jurors will have a chance to look at that in evidence, but what type of events happen at the point?
We can do anything from a simple cocktail party to a ceremony for a wedding. It's an open space, so we can practically do any type of event.
Now, as far as the billing, is your department also responsible for the billing?
Our sister department, basically, our banquet department is in charge of that. Was in
Okay.
charge of that.
And then I guess I should also ask, for catered events, do you yourself go to cater the event, or is there staff that does that for your department?
There's a different department that does that.
Okay. So to be clear, you basically take the event request, you document the order, input it in the system, and then let the banquet people know what to do.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to show you some records, ma'am, that I think you've seen before. This is states 1Y and 1Z for identification. May I approach it?
Yes.
So ma'am, let's first start with 1Z. Oh, no, sorry, 1Y. It's a 2-page document. And let me show you the second page. Is this the banquet event order that was generated for the Pino party to be hosted September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And some of the details on it, are you familiar with based on your coordination with the Pinos? Basically information that they gave to you and you inputted.
Yes.
All right. And then also 1Z, is this the receipt for the banquet that corresponds to the banquet event order form that we looked at.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd ask that these documents be admitted.
No objection.
C11, March 4th, States Exhibit 15.
I'm sorry, what number?
15.
Thank you.
1Z, States Exhibit 16.
May I publish these documents, Judge?
Amen.
And so, ma'am, before I ask you some specific questions, let me just show the documents. So this is state 16, as you see. And then states 15 as the banquet event order. And I know it's small print, so ma'am, I'm going to ask for you to help me publish this to the jury, okay? So why don't I hand you the event order forms? So am I correct that this event was for 24 people
Yes,
at $52 a person?
yes.
Okay. Now, was there also a cocktail reception set up for the Pinos?
So we just named it a cocktail reception, but yes, this is basically it.
And by cocktail reception, all I mean is, was there the ability to order alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
All right. Now, for this event, would the guests have to pay for the drinks themselves, meaning the host isn't giving an open bar?
The host is giving juices, waters, and soft drinks, and then the alcohol was gonna be paid by the guests.
Okay. And Judge, Ms. Adams just reminded me, we do have a bigger copy, so I'm going to show the defense 1G. It's a bigger copy of what I just put in. Yeah. I don't believe the defense has an objection to admitting this, Judge. This is bigger. No problem. Thank you.
1G, March 4th, States Exhibit 17.
Okay, and since it's bigger, I'll just republish this piece. I'm going to try to get you out of here soon, ma'am. Just a few more questions. The start date for this event was at 9 p.m.
Yes,
and the time that the event was supposed to end was 11 p.m.
yes.
All right. And is there information in these documents about the cost and the amount that's supposed to be paid by the Pinos?
Well,
Or is that on the receipt?
it's on the receipt, but basically the price point that you see here would have been paid for them, by them, sorry.
And if you could look at the document that has the receipt, was the amount for the event $1,878.72?
Yes,
And this transaction, did it actually go through on or about 9:57 a.m. September 4th?
the transaction itself?
Yes. Okay. Now, do you learn, ma'am, that this event, it never took place?
No, Judge.
Was the food cooked?
Yes,
Were the tables set out?
yes.
Did any guests come?
No.
Just one moment, Judge. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate you being here. I have no more questions for you. The defense may have a few, but otherwise, thank you so much. Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Araceli. My name is Mark Shapiro.
Mark?
I think you and I had an opportunity to speak previously when I did your deposition states. I don't know if you recall that or not.
Yes, I do.
Nice to see you in person as opposed to over Zoom as we had previously met. Mr. Araceli, the Pinos, as you said, were members of the Ocean Reef Club. Is that right?
Yes.
And members of the Ocean Reef Club, they have certain benefits, one of them being a member to begin with. Is that right?
A member to what, sorry?
I mean, they're having membership at the Ocean Reef Club brings with it certain benefits, does it not?
Yeah.
For instance, being able to make a reservation at the Point Restaurant, correct?
The point isn't a restaurant, but yes, they have an ability to make reservations at a restaurant.
But where the banquet was to be taking place, they have the benefits of membership I have being able to reserve that space, invite guests, and enjoy the food and beverages that the guests will be provided, correct?
Yes.
Now, on this particular reservation, it was set for September 4th, which was the Labor Day weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
I think we already established that. And Mrs. Pino, who testified, was the person who actually finalized the transaction, securing the location. Is that right?
From what I recall, yes.
All right. Well, on the receipt that she referenced a moment ago, we have. All right. Ms. Araceli, the receipt, as evidenced in State's Exhibit 16, that was paid for, as we said, by Miss Cecilia Pino, Mr. Pino's wife. Is that your recollection?
What do you mean by paid?
Well, I have a receipt here. I thought that the state asked you when you answered their question about who it was that planned for the event.
Oh, yeah, right. Who coordinated the event? Yes.
It was Mrs. Cino?
From what I recall, yes.
And that receipt for payment in State's Exhibit number 16 has a date stamp of September 4th, 2022, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I think I recall you saying that the time that the receipt was paid for was at 9:57 a.m.
Yes.
And this is a holiday weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
So in order to reserve a space for a banquet over a holiday weekend, I would imagine typically it's not such an easy thing to do. It's a short notice. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's the case at Ocean Reef Club as well, right?
It could be, yeah.
Nevertheless, the reservation was made and paid for in advance of the actual event, which was going to take place later that night. So, Ms. Araceli, being members, let me ask you this, had the host of this scheduled banquet, Mr. and Mrs. Pino, arrived for the banquet later than 9 o'clock, they were late getting to their own banquet, would they have forfeited any part of the payment that they made for the space?
I'm not understanding the question.
Sure. There wasn't any risk to the Pinos that their banquet or party would be spoiled had they been late to the banquet that night, right?
No.
In other words, the room was paid, space was paid for, correct? They had between 9 and 11 o'clock to enjoy the space, right?
Yes.
And if they were a few minutes late, even, there was no risk of loss of anything. Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's also true, if you recall, that the time slot that the Pinos set and reserved that night between 9 and 11, they were going to be that was the final time slot for September 4th, 2022, wasn't it? So that even if they got there a little late, they could have stayed a little past 11 because there wasn't another party pushing them out. Isn't that true?
Yeah. Like.
So there wouldn't have been any stress for anyone if they thought for a moment that they might be 10 or 15 or 20 minutes late to their own event. Is that right?
Yes.
Small, please. Thank you, Ms. Araceli. Nice to speak to you.
Just very briefly, Judge. Ma'am, you've testified and the documents show that this event was from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever tell George Pino or Ceci Pino, don't worry about it, you show up whenever you want? Did you ever say anything like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
This is excused.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Hillary, H-I-L-A-R-Y, is a gentleman.
And Leslie.
Candela, C-A-N-D-L-A.
Thank you. All right, sir, would you please step over, raise the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may have a seat, sir.
move this right up because the microphone is in one direction and yours in another. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Olivia Kendall,
What do you do for a living?
insurance.
Mr. Kendall, I want to take you back to September 4th, 2022, the Sunday of the Labor Day weekend. Do you recall if you were on a boat that afternoon?
I was.
Who were you on a boat with?
James Gassenheim.
Who's he?
He's a friend of mine.
What does he do for a living?
He's a lawyer.
Were you all, what brought you two together that day?
James had just become a member of Ocean Reef. I used to be a member of Ocean Reef with my parents as a child. And I was
Hold on one
thinking,
moment. Did you, if I close that door? I'm sorry, something about Ocean Reef? And if you could try to keep your voice up, I know it's not easy, but
sure.
talk louder than you think you need to.
Okay, thank you. So James had become a member of Ocean Reef. And I was thinking about becoming a member of Ocean Reef again. I used to be a member as a child with my parents growing up. And so that's why we were there.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Gassenheimer go out on his boat into and past a part of the waterway called Angelfish Creek?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time of the day it was?
It was dusk. It was not dark.
What had you been doing earlier in that day?
We were touring Ocean Reef with the Gassenheimers and another couple.
Who's we?
So it was James Gassenheimer's wife, me and my wife, and another couple.
Where were you guys going to be heading to as you leave Ocean Reef at dusk that day? Where were you?
We were taking James's boat back to Coconut Grove.
As you leave past Angelfish Creek and make the turn to go north, like up toward Coconut Grove area, can you tell the jurors what is it that you see?
We saw a collection of boats and something strange that was white coming out of the water.
Did you later get a chance to see what in fact that white thing coming out of the water was?
Yes,
What was it?
It was a capsized boat.
The record I'm showing council states 1K for identification. Showing you 1K for identification. Does this appear to be photographs of that same capsized boat that you saw only in the daylight?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to state 1K for identification and evidence.
No objection. State Exhibit 1K, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 18.
Can you tell us what happened as you and Mr. Gassenheimer approached this capsized boat?
There was a lot of yelling to slow down, that there was a missing 17-year-old girl. And as we slowed down and we began to drift north, we were heading in the direction of the capsized boat.
Do you see if there's any people in the water at that point in time?
I did not.
Were there other boats that did have people on them?
Yes.
Did some of those people that were on boats appear to be teenage girls?
I believe so. That boat was a little further in the distance.
Was that boat a larger type of a boat?
Yes.
Did it have a platform at the back of it?
Large platform, yes.
As you get closer and closer to this capsized boat, do you see if there's anybody near it?
Yes,
Who?
the defendant,
What is his name?
George Pino.
I want to ask you, did you know George Pino from before that day?
Yes,
How did you know him?
we were friends.
Tell us about what happens as you approach that boat.
As we approached the boat, I asked George if it was him, and he said it was. I asked him what happened. He said that they had hit a marker. I asked if he was okay. He said he was. And then he said that they were looking for this 17-year-old girl.
Do you see George Pino in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing for the record?
He's over there. He's wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and a blue tie.
Stipulated.
Do you remember what part of this capsized boat you saw the defendant next to?
He was holding on to the bow of the boat.
Do you see where the bow of that boat would be in either of these photographs, which is in State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Where?
here and here.
Okay. Using his pen, would you be able to circle the location on these two photographs of where you saw George Pino in relation to his capsized vessel?
Here.
Okay.
This, you can be on the other side.
Okay, can you just draw kind of an arrow to like the location, but just right other side?
Yeah. Oh, right here.
In the lower photograph where we see all the damage, is that the port side of the boat or the starboard side?
That would be,
I know it's tricky because it's upside down.
yeah, that would be the starboard side.
Okay. And so you saw him on the port side front of the boat? Is that yes?
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay. So as you have this exchange of information with the defendant, are you like right up in his face?
No,
Are you still on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
I was on Mr. Gassenheimer's boat, yes.
Now, when you see the defendant holding on to the front left side or the port bow of that vessel, let me ask you something. How long had you known George Pino when you come upon him at that time?
Prior to that incident, I would say approximately 15 years.
Did you consider yourself good friends with George Pino?
I consider ourselves friends, yes.
Okay. When you see him and he's holding on to that boat, can you describe how he looks?
He looked dazed, in a state of shock.
Now, as people are calling out saying that there's a 17-year-old missing, do you say anything to the defendant?
I told him to look under the boat.
How did you say that to him? As best you can recall, even though we're in a courtroom, can you please try to recreate the manner in which you spoke to George Pino from Mr. Gassenheimer's boat?
So I was standing towards the bow of Mr. Gassenheimer's boat. And as I looked around, the water looked fairly clear, might have been 6 feet deep. At that moment, it dawned on me, she probably was not in the area because she would have been found by that point. So she must be under the boat. And so I told George to go look under the boat. He didn't respond initially, and then I
Hold
go,
on, let me see.
Okay.
Did you say to George Pino, go look under the boat?
yes.
No. Did you say it this way? Go look under the boat?
Oh, no.
How did you say, go look under the boat?
I yelled at him to go look under the boat.
You can turn away from the microphone. Can you yell for us the way you yelled to George Pino that day?
Yes. I said, George, go look under the boat.
What was his response?
He froze.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
And then I yelled a second time.
Can you yell for us now in this courtroom, the way you yelled at the defendant to look under the boat?
And then I yelled more loudly, George, go look under the boat. If not, I will.
What happened at that point in time?
At that point, he said, okay, and then he took a breath and went underwater.
Did he come back up from underneath the boat?
Yes,
Did he have anybody with him when he came back up from underneath that boat?
he had Lucy.
Tell me about, who is Lucy?
Lucy was the 17-year-old missing girl.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes,
Who is it?
Lucy Fernandez.
Did you ever know Lucy Fernandez when she was alive?
No,
Did you know her parents?
yes,
What are her parents' names?
Andy and Melissa.
How did you know them?
Through the Epiphany Parish community. Common friends.
Pardon me?
Common friends.
Now, can you describe for the jurors, what do you actually see as George Pino comes out from under the boat with Lucy?
As George comes out of the boat with Lucy, there was a small boat nearby that he was trying to swim to. And then we turned in that direction so that we could help. And that's when James Gassenheimer tells me that he knows CPR, and he jumped out of the boat. And I took control of his vessel.
And where did James Gassenheimer go once he jumped off the boat?
He swam towards the boat that George swam towards, and he got on the boat and began doing CPR on Lucy.
Did you see any helicopters over this area during this time?
Yes,
What did you see with the helicopter?
they had I guess a rescuer from the Coast Guard on a cable. He was dropped into the water. He swam over to the boat. He got onto the boat, and then he took over for the CPR.
Does that boat remain in the same place? Or let me rephrase that. Does Lucy remain on that small boat?
Not for the entire duration, no.
Okay. At some point, is she transferred to another boat?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see that boat leave?
yes,
Did you follow that boat?
no.
What did you and Mr. Gassenheimer do once Lucy had been transferred and was escorted away from that location?
We heard a cry for help that there were two girls that needed attention.
Did Mr. Gassenheimer come back onto the boat?
Yes,
Who actually piloted that vessel in the direction of where allegedly there was more help that was needed?
James Gassenheimer.
Where were these, like in what direction do you head toward upon hearing that there were additional people that needed help?
South.
Were they further south of Mr. Pino's overturned vessel?
Yes,
Did you see that boat, or do you remember if you saw that boat when you first were coming up toward where you found George Pino?
yes,
At that point, when you saw that boat, did you know that there was anybody in need of medical care?
no.
Can you describe what that second vessel was that you wind up going to with Mr. Gassenheimer?
It was a large vessel, I would say over 50 feet. It had a blunt bow. I call those style boats and Dutch boats.
Okay.
Very wide, had a large bow and a large platform deck.
Just in case somebody here doesn't know what a platform deck on a boat would be, can you describe that for the jurors?
So on the transom, the rear of the boat, it has a very wide platform deck, kind of 5 feet from the transom to the end of the deck, and probably 12 to 14 feet wide.
Are you yourself a boater?
Yes,
What's a transom?
the transom is the rear of the boat.
Okay. As you approach this large vessel and are getting closer to it, do you recognize anybody that's on that boat?
Yes,
Who is it that you see on that boat that you recognize?
I see Galo Monterrey, and I see Ceci Pino,
How did you know who those two people were?
because I know the parents, and whenever we would get together, we knew the daughters. We knew their daughters.
Do you make inquiry about whether anybody else is missing?
Yes,
And was anybody else missing based on what you were getting told?
I asked where the rest of the girls were, if they were all accounted for. They said yes. I asked if anybody was injured. They said yes. There were two girls unconscious on the platform.
Did you learn who those two girls were?
I did.
Who?
One girl was Kathy Quigg, and one girl was Mia. I didn't know her at the time. Mia, I think the last name was Rodriguez. Not sure.
Did you know Kati Quigg?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, how did you know who she was?
Kathy is the daughter of Rudy Quigg.
And who is Rudy Quigg to you?
He's a friend of mine.
At that point, are you able to make a call to Rudy?
Yes.
What do you tell him?
I told him that there was a boating incident and that his daughter was unconscious on the platform.
At some point, does a police boat make its way to that large boat with the big platform?
Yes.
Had you seen Kati Quigg earlier that very day?
Yes.
When you are out on the waters with Mr. Gassenheimer that afternoon going into the later hours, what was the weather like?
It was very pretty. We commented as to how beautiful it looked. It was very calm.
Without getting into any details, is Kati in the same condition now as she was before?
No.
This crash?
No.
No other questions?
No question, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, state your next witness.
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state calls Robert Bruto,
So the last name?
Brutto.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Would you have a seat, sir?
Please keep your voice low and clear. Please the microphone. It's turned a little bit so that I can speak loud.
Okay. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury here?
My name is Robert Bruto. I'm a retired Miami-Dade police officer.
Mr. Bruto, when did you retire from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
November of 2024.
How long did you serve?
Approximately a little over 31 years.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
What unit were you working for at the time of your retirement?
The Marine Patrol unit,
How long did you serve as part of the Marine Patrol unit?
approximately 20 years.
Before working for the Marine Patrol unit, were you a road patrol officer?
I was a road patrol officer for 6 years. I was a auto theft detective for approximately 5 years, and then finished the last 20 as a Marine Patrol officer.
As a Marine Patrol officer, did you receive specific training?
Yes.
Can you sort of describe some of the training that you received to become a Marine Patrol officer?
Initial requirements are the Florida boating course put on through FWC. It's required by every boater born after January 1st, 1988. It was one of the first requirements that I had to complete. After that, once I joined the unit, the Miami-Dade Police Department put on a approximately 10-day course of boating school to teach the new boaters or the new hires for that unit the way they wanted to patrol and operate the vessels. Throughout my career, there were numerous other agencies that put on trainings, Coast Guard, FWC, some outside agencies that I had attended for various different boating courses, as well as DUIs on the water, radiation detection on the water, and numerous trainings.
Have you ever been an instructor for trainings?
Yes, towards the end of my career, the last, I'd say 4 years or so, I was an instructor for the Miami-Dade Police Department's boating school.
As part of training, would navigational safety be discussed?
Yes, it would be as part of the course.
Just for the benefit of the jurors, were you a boater as a civilian growing up?
Yes, I pretty much grew up my entire life here in South Florida. Went on numerous boats my family owned, as well as myself that I owned, as well as neighbors. Pretty much from probably the age of 7 or 8 years old, I've been on a boat.
And even though you are now retired, do you still boat?
Yes, I do. I have my own vessel that I go out on.
All right. So, Mr. Bruto, I want to talk to you a little bit about September 4th, 2022. Do you recall the events of that day?
Yes, I do.
Was that Labor Day weekend?
Yes, it was Labor Day weekend.
Can you describe to the jurors what boating traffic is like over holiday weekends versus a regular weekday?
Like night and day. During the week, very little traffic is out there. Very few people go out on the water. Weekends are busy. The marinas are usually filled up by noontime. There's no more room for vessels to put in the water at the marinas. Holiday weekends are even worse. They actually open up additional parking, so there's even more boaters out on the water.
Have you responded to emergency situations during the course of your career with the Marine Patrol?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on first aid?
Yes, I have.
Have you received training on emergency response?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those trainings to the jurors and what you learned?
Through the department, they put on a CPR course and a refresher course every year through trained instructors that we must pass and go through. CPR, first responder, first aid, as well as the Marine Patrol itself implemented training, various different types for our unique needs out on the water. So pretty much my entire career, we've been training for that.
When did your shift begin on September 4th, 2022?
I don't recall exactly because sometimes our normal shift is 7 a.m. in the morning till usually 7 p.m. Holiday weekend, sometimes they adjust it so we can work a little bit later in the evening. I don't recall exactly what our shift was that particular day.
Can you give us just a general estimate?
I would say maybe 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Unless something happened, then we would hold over.
So where do you go when you are going to begin a shift with Marine Patrol?
That particular day, I was assigned to Black Point Marina. The county has 3 assigned marinas for the Marine Patrol unit. One in the north end, Pelican Harbor. One in the middle of the county, roughly, Matson Hammock Park. And then the south end is Black Point Marina.
Did you know that you would be beginning your workday at Black Point Marina?
Yes, I did.
How often had you been assigned to that area at Black Point Marina?
At that point, approximately maybe 8 years.
And can you give just a general description of what Black Point Marina looks like?
When you first get there, it's a large parking area off to the right for vehicles with boat trailers. On the left-hand side is just for vehicles itself. When you travel all the way down into the marina, you'll come to what used to be a little guard booth that collected the money for parking fees. They no longer use that, but you pass through that, and directly in front of you are the boat ramps. Off to your left is a restaurant and the park offices. And off to the right of the actual boat ramps is a large privately owned storage facility for vessels.
And is Black Point Marina on the mainland?
It's part of the mainland, yes.
Okay. So can you tell the jury some of the duties and responsibilities that were assigned to you on specifically this day?
Mainly, we were required to patrol the heavily populated areas of the waterways, to control the speeds, the safety of the boating public and swimmers that were in the water. Black Point's responsibility is roughly from, say, 152nd Street south, everything south of there. Then Matson Hammock would generally be responsible for 152nd all the way up to like the Port of Miami. And then Pelican Harbor would be from there all the way up to the county line. Not to say we can't go across to help each other out or further, or even into either Monroe County jurisdiction to help them out, or possibly up into Fort Lauderdale to help them out if need be.
Are you wearing like a normal patrol uniform?
We have the standard polo shirt that some of the road units wear as well, but we wear shorts instead of long pants out on the vessels due to the heat.
It gets hot out there.
It's hot.
Did you have a partner on the vessel?
Yes, that day was Officer Marvin Fields was Flores. Marvin Flores was my partner that day for Labor Day weekend.
Had you worked with Officer Flores before?
Yes, he was my regular partner during any other work day.
So when you get to Black Point Marina, are you assigned a particular vessel?
We were. Generally, it's the senior officer or the supervisor picks the vessel they want to use for the day. And then the next senior on down the line will pick whatever vessel they want to use. Generally, it's only 2 officers working normally on a day, and we'll just pick whatever boat best suits the conditions for that day. But on a holiday weekend, when everybody comes in, it normally goes by seniority to pick the vessels.
I was going to say, you were pretty senior as far as time in.
Yeah, but the supervisor kind of trumps seniority all the time.
Understood. I understand that. So what was the vessel that you wound up taking?
We wound up in what they call a 850 Impact. It's a boat built by Brunswick Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Boston Whaler. 850 is the metric equivalent to approximately 25, 26-foot vessel.
What is the top speed that that vessel can go?
That particular vessel does approximately 52 to 54 miles an hour.
And would you go at that speed if you were to respond to an emergency?
If the conditions were correct or conducive to that, we would. It just depends on the conditions that we were presented with, whether it be weather, sea conditions, boating traffic conditions. It just depends on the totality of the circumstances that we're in.
What was the weather like on September 4th, 2022?
It was clear, clear skies, light chop on the bay, no rain. So it was a nice day out.
And just to give a little bit of insight, when you say light chop, how does that affect boating?
It's just the amount of wave that the wind produces on the water. Smaller vessels, it's going to affect more than larger vessels. So it just depends on the direction they're going in and which direction the boat is traveling.
Did the weather conditions or the conditions of the water, did it impede you at all in conducting your duties and responsibilities on that day?
No, it did not.
Was there anything unique or unusual about the weather conditions or the water conditions on the day of the shift?
No.
So throughout the day, did you respond first to an unrelated medical emergency?
Yes, we responded as a backup unit to one of the other units that had a medical emergency.
Around what time of day was that? And you could estimate.
Approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe, or 1:30 it started.
So how do you communicate with dispatch?
We have our radios that are programmed, and they are programmed to a specific frequency to communicate with the dispatch. We also have our handheld radios that we carry on us that we usually put on a side frequency, specifically for Marine Patrol, so we can communicate with each other. We also have our VHF radios. It's a boating radio. Any boater is able to have that radio as well, so we can communicate with them or Coast Guard or each other, as well as fire rescue.
That's a good point. Does the Marine Patrol unit work with other agencies in protecting the safety of people on the water?
Yes, we do numerous other agencies.
Can you just name some agencies that assist with that?
Down in the Black Point area, the main one would be Biscayne National Park officers. Also, Florida Fish and Wildlife has vessels in the area. As you get further north, you have Coral Gables Police Department that has some vessels. Key Biscayne has vessels. Coast Guard also patrols the area, just to name a few.
And you mentioned earlier that for Miami-Dade on holiday weekends, there's more officers working.
Usually they bring in officers on an overtime basis to help out because of the amount of boating traffic there is.
Do you know if that's the case for these other agencies as well?
I couldn't say for sure, but the majority of them usually do.
Okay. So let's talk about the unrelated medical emergency. Do you respond to that?
We responded as a backup to secure the landing zone for the air flight from Miami-Dade Fire to airlift the patient out because we're out on the water.
Does your vessel have a stock of medical supplies?
We do. We carry a first aid kit with basic first aid stuff. We carry a backboard up in the vessel. We also carry a AED, an automatic defibrillator, on the vessel as well.
What is the purpose of having a backboard?
Backboard is usually to stabilize somebody that possibly could have back injuries, spine injuries. We usually put them on that board to stabilize them so they can't move and cause further injury and strap them down to it. Fire rescue commonly uses it, even with the gurneys they use. They put people on the backboards when they suspect back injuries, neck injuries, or something where they need to immobilize the patient.
Is that especially important when the patient is on a boat that moves?
It would be. If we suspect they might have back injuries or neck injuries, we would want to stabilize it the best we can and strap them down because the boat is constantly rocking in the water.
And you mentioned a defibrillator, right? What is that?
It's a medical device that we use to not necessarily restart the heart, but regain the rhythm of the heart if it's not pumping correctly. It'll indicate if it needs to shock the person to get it back in the rhythm, or if we just need to monitor them and the ribbon is okay. Were any of those type of supplies used in the unrelated medical emergency? They were used from the other boat that the sergeant had, because the sergeant and the other officers on that vessel were the ones who responded to that call. So they utilized what they had on that boat when they first responded there. Once they called for additional backup and needed us to go to the Boca Chica landing zone, we responded there and just secured the area. But our medical supplies weren't used for that. Okay, so the Boca Chica landing zone, what caused you to go there? We were asked to go there to secure the area so there would be no vessel traffic or pedestrians walking on the island where the helicopter needed to land life flight to pick up the patient. So after you attend to this unrelated medical emergency, what do you next do? We all the vessels that responded there, which was all from Black Point mainly, we all responded back to Black Point Marina. At that point, we were breaking to have a little something to eat and try and restock the vessel that used the medical supplies with medical supplies back in there because it was such a busy holiday weekend. We want to make sure we were prepared if anything else occurred. How long were you at Black Point Marina restocking medical supplies before another call comes out? I would say 3 to 5 minutes, if that. We had just walked upstairs and just walked in the office. Did you go into emergency mode? At that point, we jumped back on the boats. The call that came out was a boat overturned with a pheno in the water that they could not find. So we all jumped back in the boats. We had 3 vessels working at a Black Point Marina that weekend. Our boat, the sergeant's vessel, and then a boat with divers on it. When the emergency went out, since there was a possibility of someone being in the water, instead of the divers taking their boat, they just split up between our boats and jumped on our boats. And we all responded to where initially the call went out. The vessel accident or overturned vessel was by Boca Chica Island. Did you respond to Boca Chica Island? We responded to Boca Chica Island moments before we were pulling into the harbor they have. We received additional information that the boat was possibly somewhere along Elliott Key. But Elliott Key is a very long island, approximately 10 miles long. So it didn't give a specific location. So we immediately turned southbound and started traveling down along Elliott Key to try and locate it. Is that uncommon for the location of the emergency to be difficult to determine initially? Most boaters aren't aware of the exact location of where they're at, unless you've been boating many years and know the areas. And even at that, there are some boating maps that call one area something, and on a different style map made by a different company, they'll call an area something different. And then there's areas that are designated as a specific location, but people go there and make up a nickname for it, and some of them stick, some of them don't, and they'll call it the nickname. But it just depends on who's calling in the call, whether they know exactly where they're at, or they just give a nickname or some type of coordinates. So it's not uncommon that they'll give out an information or say, we're 3 miles from Turkey Point, but they don't give a direction of 3 miles where, north, south, east, west. They'll just say we're 3 miles away from Turkey Point. So it's happened more often than not. How much time passed between the initial call and when you and your partner pulled up to Boca Chica Island? If you could estimate. Maybe 15 minutes from Black Point Marina to Boca Chica. It's approximately 10 miles. So it's a good distance, even on the water where there's no technically speed limits or streets that you have to follow. There's still wave conditions, other boating traffic, and it's just 10 miles is a long ways to travel. You mentioned that you were traveling south down Elliott. Yeah, once we got additional information that it was possibly along Elliott Key somewhere, we turned southbound and started heading along Elliott Key. When do you all come across the crash site? We continue to receive more updates. I believe the next update said it was closer to Caesars Creek, which is the south end of Elliott Key. And then we received another call that it was at Cutter Bank. So we just continued south until we got to the area of Cutter Bank. We were able to see a life flight helicopter from Miami-Dade Fire up in the air, and we kind of just headed towards that way.
because we didn't notice any other people flagging us down anywhere else.
At least initially, did you see the capsized boat?
Once we got through the channel markers along Cutter Bank, closer to the south end, we saw the initial overturned vessel, but we were being waved down and saw the helicopter above a smaller white open fishing vessel.
There's been some testimony already, but can you just describe Cutter Bank and what it is used for?
Cutter Bank is just a shallow shoal that kind of divides where Elliott Key is, southbound towards like the Florida Keys. There is a channel marked that they put up markers on either side of it to travel through where it's dug out deeper, so you don't get stuck in the shallow areas on either side of it. It's a long channel and a wide channel.
And all of these locations that you're discussing here in court, are they locations that you are familiar with?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use what's already in evidence. It states to and with the court's permission, may the witness step down to help me publish this exhibit?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Bruto, I have a handy dandy pointer here. So Ms. Adams is also going to assist. Can you sort of show the jury the path that you just described to get to the capsized boat?
We started off at Black Point, where we were. We went out the channel and traveled over to Boca Chica, coming this way through the small cut here. And when we got approximately about here is where the call came in, additional information that was possibly along Elliott Key, which is this.
So let me stop you real quick. So the map has Boca Chica Key written on it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, you may continue.
Once we got the additional information, we changed course and headed southbound through the channel markers and along Elliott Key. Like I said, additional information kept coming in that it was possibly further south, closer to Caesars Creek, which is right here at the south end of Elliott Key. We continued southbound. When we got somewhere along here, additional information again came in that the overturned vessel was down closer to Cutter Bank, which is this area right in here along the channel markers. So we continued. When we were approximately here, we were able to see the helicopter flying in the air somewhere in this area. And we just continued down through the channel markers until we reached where we saw people flagging us down and everybody in helicopter up in the air.
In the areas that you're describing, are they all in Miami-Dade County?
Yes, they all are in Miami-Dade County.
Can you also just, while we have the map up, show the jurors where Ocean Reef Club is on the map?
The actual club is going to be over in this area, right here. But pretty much this whole area is Ocean Reef. I have all the housing. But the club is on the outside. And then there's canalways and waterways going through there for Ocean Reef.
Can you show the jurors how someone, if they wanted to go from the area of the channel markers to Ocean Reef Club, how they would get there?
From here, you would have actually two different choices. Once you pass through the channel markers, you could either cut through Broad Channel and come around, or you could cut through Angelfish Channel through this way and then come around to get to the outside to where the club is.
Have you ever been to that club?
I've been to the marina.
Are you a member?
I'm not a member.
You can have a seat, Mr. Bruto. Thank you, Ms. Adams. So you mentioned seeing a helicopter.
Yes, the air life flight from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue.
What else did you see coming from the helicopter?
As we approached and came through the channel, they were already beginning to lower one of their paramedics down to the small white open fisherman that was waving us down.
How close did you get your vessel to what we've been describing as the Good Samaritan boat?
Once we got through that channel and saw him coming down, the prop wash from the helicopter began turning the small boat. So we pretty much went right up against the side on the right side of the Good Samaritan vessel.
And I'm just going to interrupt you. Just in case, prop wash, what is that?
From the rotor blades of the helicopter, as they're spinning, it's sending down the air to keep it up in the air. It goes straight down below it. And since they were directly above that small boat, the small boat started to turn very slowly, not not fast, but just very slowly. So it was making it difficult for the paramedic to be dropped and lowered down onto the bow of that vessel.
How did you use your vessel to help in that situation?
I took my vessel, and again, we came up alongside and pinned that vessel's right side to our vessel, and the other vessel with the sergeant on it, pinned it on the left side and stopped it from moving, because now we've got a larger mass. And it still would spin, but a whole lot slower. Our vessels were also a lot larger than the Good Samaritan's vessel, so it was easier for him to lower down onto one of our vessels than to the bow of that vessel.
Now, when you look on that Good Samaritan vessel, who do you see on there?
There were two females sitting up in the front seat. There was, I believe, a male driver, and then there was another female or two females in the back, one laying down, appeared to be unconscious, and the other one appeared to help with CPR.
Was the younger female that was unconscious, did she later became known to you as Lucy Fernandez?
Yes.
Did you get on that boat to render first aid?
Myself, no. Since I was the operator of my vessel, I was obligated to stay with it and keep control of the Good Samaritan's vessel once I tied to it.
Who did board that boat from Marine Patrol?
I believe it was Marvin Flores, that was my partner, Peter Gonzalez, one of the divers that came with us, Tom Kennedy from the other vessel, and I think Adam Fuana went over there and left the sergeant on the vessel to control his vessel, and the three of us.
Was Lucy transferred from the Good Samaritan boat to your vessel?
No, she was transferred to the larger contender, which would be more stable in the water.
And can you describe how she was transferred from the Good Samaritan vessel to the police boat?
We utilized the backboard that we had on our vessel, since we still had one. The personnel, along with the paramedic from fire rescue, got her on the backboard as safely as they could and strapped her as secure as they could. And then they lifted her up and moved her over to the bigger vessel.
And what was the goal for Marine Patrol in that moment? What were you trying to do?
Trying to get medical attention to the people that needed it the most.
Did you know that there were other injured persons as a result of this crash at the time that you were with Lucy?
Other than the two other females on that vessel with Lucy, at that point we didn't know, because we didn't get a chance to speak with anybody.
Did you see any vessels in that moment nearby that may have had other injured persons?
Right at that moment, we were concentrating on getting the medical attention to them. Once she was placed on that vessel and they took off to a landing zone on Elliott Key, I stood with the Good Samaritan vessel to get information from them for the report. And within seconds, another vessel approached, saying and pointing to a darker colored vessel that was further south that had more victims on it.
Just out of curiosity, what was the reason that Lucy wasn't placed on a backboard and lifted up into the helicopter and flown away? Was that an option?
Fire rescue, it's a very difficult thing to airlift somebody up off of a vessel, especially a smaller vessel that has the T-top antennas and everything in the way that could get caught on either the lifting basket. It's something that they practice on a regular basis with their fire boat. Usually their boat is moving at a slow, steady pace forward to maintain control as they're moving along with it to airlift them off, to make it safe coming up off the back away from antennas or any obstructions that could tangle up the board.
And just for the benefit of the jurors, what is a T-top?
T-top is the shade covering, the aluminum pipe structure on some vessels. Some have what they call a bimini top that's foldable and could be collapsed down. The T-tops are usually rigid and are permanently mounted, so they can't be taken out.
And if you need to, sir, you can refer to your police report, but who were the three individuals that went on that boat at that time?
I got the information after the fact because I didn't have any information at that point, but I do know that.
Just
I could rephrase the question.
rephrase, or gentlemen, you can refresh that.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say. If you need to refresh your recollection about the three people that went on that vessel, you can refer your report.
All right, but just read it, and then if you look up after you read it, it's no.
I believe it may be on page 8.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And who was that?
Lucy Fernandez was one. C. Pino was the second one, an adult female, and then P. Garcia, a juvenile.
Thank you, sir. So you mentioned the larger vessel that you were alerted to. Do you immediately respond to that larger vessel?
Yes, I do. I advised the Good Samaritan vessel to just try and maintain where they were at, that someone would be along to get their information, and I immediately respond to the larger vessel that was further south.
Can you estimate the distance between the boat with Lucy and this next vessel?
I'd say anywhere from a quarter mile to a half mile away from where Lucy's vessel was.
Now, when you arrive at the second vessel, are you now alone?
I was alone. Everybody who boarded the vessel from my vessel to help out went with the larger vessel over to Elliott Key to render the aid.
When you get to that larger vessel, what do you see?
Immediately, I see two females in what I describe as a rescue position that we usually do for first aid, or a fetal position, you'd call it, laying on the back of either a swim or dive platform, depending on what you want to call it, of that vessel, along with a lot of other juveniles and adults in the vessel as well.
Was it clear to you that those young ladies were injured?
The two on the back seemed to be injured. The ones inside, I couldn't tell if they were injured or not.
Do you tie your vessel to this second boat?
Yes, I came up to the back of that swim platform or dive platform and tied off my vessel perpendicular to it, so I can assess their possible injuries and find out what's going on.
Do you actually board that second vessel?
Yes, I stepped off across to the platform and checked for responsiveness and vital signs on the two. One female on the right-hand side was able to nod and answer basic questions, but appeared to be in pain. Female on the left-hand side, she was non-responsive. You could hear the labored breathing she had, and very shallow, and her pulse was very weak.
Did you have a backboard with you?
My backboard went for Lucy Fernandez and went with that boat, so I didn't have a backboard with me.
If you did have a backboard, would you have used it?
If I had personnel to help me, it takes more than one person, especially someone that appeared to be as injured as the females were. You would need somebody to stabilize the neck, as we were taught, before you put them on the backboard to hopefully not cause any further injury.
Did you learn as part of this investigation that the young lady that was unconscious? Objection, Your Honor. What was the name of the first female that you encountered?
The first one was the one that wasn't responsive, which was, I later learned to be Katiana Puig.
And how about the second female?
The second one, I'd have to refresh my recollection.
Okay. Can you do that using your 10-page report?
Yes.
And I think it may be on page 9 if that helps. Page 9, line 4.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
And what is the name of that individual?
And I, Rodriguez.
Okay. Were these girls teenage girls?
They appear to be young, yes.
How many other younger women were on that boat?
I believe approximately 9.
And were there any adults on that boat when you first got there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them without saying what they said? Did you speak with them?
Yes.
Did they provide you information about, what they had done prior to you arriving?
Yes.
Are you using your radio to try and get help?
Yes, I immediately radioed back to dispatch that we needed medical personnel, possibly an airlift at that point, being we had a larger vessel, so it's more stable, to airlift at least Ms. Puig, because she was unresponsive and very seriously injured. I radioed back to dispatch, as well as on our side frequency, the marine frequency, to my supervisor, who were setting up a kind of triage first aid area on Elliott Key.
Elliott Key, is that the ranger station there?
It's approximately in the middle of the key. Like I said, it's about 10 miles long, so approximately in the middle, they have a ranger station and another building, as well as bathrooms in a large area that they can use as a landing zone for the helicopter and dockage.
Mr. Bruto, at the time of this crash, when you responded, were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did you activate your body-worn camera at some point that day?
Yes, I did.
Address a couple of legal issues. This will be actually a good time for us to break in, because a bit more on the direct with the witness and maybe third cross-examination. And I think that we could go past 6 o'clock and that's going to do it. Okay, because we all have very full day. So let me give you some instructions, please.
How many excuse Mr. Bruto?
Okay. Sir, on instruction, please, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You are on the oath. And we'll have you back tomorrow. I think I'm going to be back here at 9:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you put your notepads. I think you're getting the routine now. Put your notepads in separate envelopes and give them to the note and leave the courtroom. Same instructions. Please be very vigilant about following these instructions. Insulate yourselves. If you think you're hearing something that is anything to do with these proceedings, ignore it, listen to it, watch. He's already testified. Testified is not demonstrative of the testimony, but is it being introduced?
As evidence, yes.
That's it. Okay, so I.
And Judge, it is marked to be for identification. I know we don't have a jury, but for the record.
Gosh, if I didn't know no better, I would have thought she was watching a horror movie. Y'all see this lady over here? She look like she watching a horror movie or something. I think the jury has left. So just so you're aware, I think the jury is gone for the day. We are just basically I don't know if they're gonna watch this video of something that's gonna be admitted, but she look like there is a horror movie going on. Wow. So to answer your question, Drunky, we almost done. Let me see. Wow, what is they? Wow.
It's now for the ICW, almost like Pumpkin G. It's a big black boat. I'm tied off to the back of it right now. Yeah, I don't want to move them and injure them anymore. I've got someone coming with backboards and all, so just let them stay. As long as they're still breathing, we'll just keep monitoring them for right now. We're getting rescued here. Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully. Did anybody here witness what happened? We know if we have everybody? From the other people? So this is the guy. Was he on that boat? Do we have everybody that we know of? We took one female from that boat and two other people. I don't know if it was a female, but I'm not sure if the other was a male or female. So there were three. Okay, but there were three people that left on the boat that left. They went to LAT to be transported to the hospital. So your dad, so we got everybody's accounted for that, right? Everybody's accounted for. Okay, then the three girls went on the other police boat to LAT. Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. Okay. Is this your dad? Okay. You guys want to pull up over here? Marine Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. Have you heard anyway, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat. Okay, we've got 3 going to the hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming. The 2 on this boat. 1 is talking to us, or at least responsive. The other one's breathing, but she's very injured. So she's not responding. I know she's not responding, but as long as she's breathing, if we try and move her any further. What do you want me to do? If I move her and she has very injuries, it's going to make it worse. So they're coming as quick as I can. Not sure. Okay. Like I said, please just sit down so you don't fall down. I see you got some injuries. Okay. I just don't want you to get further. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in a rescue boat, take her to airlift her to the hospital. Okay, we need to get another airlift for this one. Morning, 1232. Okay, check the fires. If they have another air rescue, they can maybe walk down this way. We got one that's in really bad shape. Just south of the SCW, this west of Pumpkin Key, right by Ocean Reef. I can give you the coordinates again. 2521-397-080-17394. Just be careful. Be careful coming over. Please don't.
So with regard to the observations of the injured passengers, it doesn't seem to offer anything relevant for the jury that's at issue in the case. Certainly dramatic and it's disturbing for sure, but what is the fact at issue that the state is trying to prove? You've already had the testimony of the officer. This is now cumulative of the testimony of the officer, just more graphic. I doubt the relevance of the testimony in the first place because it has nothing to do with the cause of the crash. The idea that the extent of injuries is somehow relevant to the culpability of the operator seems counterintuitive in many ways. We have catastrophic injuries in civil court every day, and the extent of injuries in a civil case doesn't turn it from civil into criminal. And so that logic that was offered to you at the sidebar doesn't work. Otherwise, every catastrophic injury would be a criminal case. So that doesn't work. And of course, that even assumes that these are the victims of the crime at issue. And this is a homicide case. We've already unfortunately had to hear and see some evidence about the death. And this is cumulative of that evidence, and therefore even less relevant as well.
Okay, speak to me 2 things about the audio portion, which frankly, the opinions of, and I understand, I think it's going to be clear to the jury that several of the girls were very seriously injured. Okay. I think that this witness's audio is not, how critical or what bad shape. I think it does get cumulative in some regard, but also the only charge here in the criminal case is the matter of the death of Lucy Fernandez. So I question the audio part of it, corroborating his testimony through video, what he did, what he observed. I think over defense objection, I think there's a good portion of that I think is fine in terms of corroborating his testimony. Okay. But then it does become to the point, if there are more witnesses you're going to be presenting to, it becomes a cumulative issue, and then that's where it outweighs in value. Not ever to minimize the significance, but I think the point has been made. So explain to me about what more, because I do think of this, okay, particularly the audio, that I think the point has been made. I think he's testified to that. It's seriousness, extreme danger, and he's already testified that these these two young ladies were so injured that they were transported to the hospital for their injuries. I think that makes the point. So, what do you say?
Well, what I would submit, Judge, first off, is that there's nothing, I mean, it's sad, but there's nothing gory, bloody,
No,
there's nothing like that. So that's number one. Number two, the footage, I would submit to the court, is really important to give a context within which this mass casualty event was being handled. It was a very difficult and chaotic scene for law enforcement to have to figure out who's gone where, who's injured, is everybody accounted for? And this shows, like, in a very impactful way, this is what we in law enforcement were dealing with. Also, Judge, if the court is concerned about when then Officer Bruto is talking about the condition, particularly of Patrick Fleet, we can certainly take that audio out. But I would submit that the remainder part of this clip, it shows the lighting conditions, it shows the seat conditions, it shows the condition of the defendant. It shows the defendant not being manhandled or treated abusively, as the defense has kind of said, oh, well, he was in custody. You see that he is being tended to. I also would say, Judge, that it also shows that it's difficult locating scenes on the water, because as Officer Bruto is trying to, figure out, wait, what, where are these other boats, what's happened? And also, Judge, it shows when he goes to open his supply cabinet where medical supplies would be, it's basically empty because everything has already been given over.
Well, again,
for
corroborates, yes, it corroborates.
If the court has concerns about the audio portion where Officer Bruto advises that one of the girls looks like she's in really bad shape, we can easily take that part out. But the rest of it, I don't think that there's more than even 25 seconds where you're actually seeing him checking on the well-being of the girls, and there's no audio during that part.
There is no audio. I understand and agree that. I understand the defense. Okay. I'm gonna think on it, but I would like you to excise, or you can actually, for purposes of playing for the jury, which I will allow, in terms of the audio can be, I have to give instructions anyway regarding, and this will be the first instruction of these audio cameras, because there's going to be excised portions. But the question I then would have is how many, the point of what the conditions were at that moment, time of day, all of that is relevant to the entire picture. I agree with that. How many of those body-worn cameras, because we have a lot of witnesses with body-worn cameras, right? No, I'm going to see, and the jury's going to see more of them. So my caution is to the point where it becomes cumulative.
I understand that, Your Honor. What we deliberately did in this matter was we selected Officer Bruto's video clip, which only pertains to when he has already attended to Lucy. Lucy has already been transported off. He's the only remaining officer that now goes to the second vessel. So we didn't.
And is he the gentleman that has the first contact with Mr. Pino from law enforcement after the crash?
Yes, because what happens is Mr. Pino is picked up by this other vessel, and then is brought. So as Mr. Pino's vessel is being brought to where all the other girls are, then you see Officer Bruto saying, hey, let's get him on here. Sir, sit down. I don't want you to fall, etc.
Okay, but that's the first point of contact with any law enforcement with Mr. Pino.
Correct.
From the moment of the crash. This is the first one.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
So what I would like to do then, because I am very nervous that in the courtroom that we would play the BWC without having that part actually removed, because I don't want to take a risk that we hit the mute button
I don't want you to do that.
So what I would like to do, with your honor's permission, is although we have marked this clip, what we'll do is we'll make another clip with our litigation support team tomorrow morning that will remove the portions where the officer is communicating that one or more of the girls is in, very bad shape.
No, in his opinion, I don't see any prejudice.
I'm not
prejudice
to
at
taking
all.
that out at all. I just want to make sure that's what your honor wants.
That's what I was
No
thinking.
problem.
And everything else would be over defense objection, so objecting, I'm assuming, to the entire portion, anything showing the two other girls with injuries.
Right, we don't object to the portion where Mr. Pino comes into frame. We agree that that's appropriate.
You're objecting to the portion,
Show me.
whatever number of minutes or seconds it is, where there's any video of two other girls that are injured, that the witness talked about being laying on the platform.
Yes, but beyond that, the concept that the state wants to show the context for a mass casualty, as if what impact this crash has on the law enforcement community and how devastating this is and how complicated, what the repercussions are of the collision, so that the jury can start getting angry at Mr. Pino for causing all of this context. Chaos, I think, is another word they use.
Well,
and so that is now.
In terms of how you ask the questions.
Can I explain though? It's not about, oh my goodness, this is so terrible that this has happened. It's about law enforcement, specifically, ultimately, Lieutenant Thompson, who is tasked with the responsibility of managing this. He's getting information piecemeal because the police that get there before he does are getting information piecemeal. And I think that ultimately is going to factor into the manner in which he communicates with the defendant. And because his statements have been ruled admissible, and because one of the instructions the court would give, if we do in fact admit these statements, is that a statement alleged to have been made by the defendant has been placed before you, and it is important for you as jurors to measure and weigh that evidence with great care to make sure that it was voluntarily made. So this goes into that concept that what he is saying is not a product of, and I know it's a legal issue, whether it's coercion, but the jury has to make the finding that it was voluntarily made. And so seeing these interactions and how the police have had to marshal their resources to try to collectively figure out what they had, I think really goes to explain what winds up happening subsequently at Elliott Key. It's not that, oh my gosh, so many people are injured. We're really not getting into the injuries much at all.
I think it's the use of the term mass casualty. I don't, it's, again, horrific, even though it's a choice of words. And I think that, well.
Yeah, okay. If you don't want us to say it, but.
Multiple people, one individual dies as a result of this crash. Two other girls are seriously, very seriously injured.
I understand that, but this is a terminology that police use when they're talking about handling a scene like this. When there are multiple people injured, it's considered a mass casualty event. So if I were to say to somebody from FWC, did you respond to what turned out to be a mass casualty event? Yes. Okay, well, what does that mean? It means that there were more than one person injured. That's what they call it.
But to the point, I understand the defense position to heighten the situation to the point where it would cause their argument anger towards the defendant. And
I understand, Judge, but
you
do not have prosecutors before you who hype anything.
I'm going to let you present your evidence, you make your objections at the appropriate time. If you think there's a question asked that's improper, or language used in the question that's improper, you object to the form of the question. And in terms of whatever editing you need to the audio, to excise out portions of the audio, and you'll allow that portion of for the body with the instruction. But I want to see it again, and I want to show it to the defense again. And we'll maintain, for purposes of the record, we're going to maintain the original. It's going to be marked for identification, and then whatever the evidence is going to be would be the evidence. So both are maintained in the record.
The only request I would have of you, and I know the court asked the jurors to come back, I believe, at 9:30. Our litigation support personnel, they leave at 6. They're usually in at 8 in the morning. So Mr. Borstein, we just need a little time with them because we don't know how to do that.
You'll work with them and get that time.
Would it be okay if we came here at 10 in the morning instead of 9:30? Because I'm not sure we can get all of that done and disseminate it to everybody.
He was posted because, as I had asked all the parties, if there are any other objections to any other portions of body movement that we know the state has provided and we don't have them, I gotta get that before. Okay, so can you review? Now, it would be helpful in that regard if we have a preview, a little bit of cases, right? Because the defense knows witnesses are coming up the next day, then the body worn cameras related to those witnesses, we can get it. So you want to give us a highlight of what you might have tomorrow. You have this witness is coming back.
This witness,
The other witnesses with body worns.
the only other witness that I think body worn camera footage is gonna be introduced through is Lieutenant Thompson, and we've already gone through what those clips are.
Okay, so this is the only other witness with body worn.
Aside from Sergeant Delgado, who
Still
video
coming.
clips I already submitted to the court and to council yesterday.
Okay.
Actually, I think they were given to council sooner than that, but Your Honor asked for them, so we sent them last night.
So you believe that Thompson is going to be testifying tomorrow?
I'm hopeful, but it's kind of tricky to gauge how far we'll get with him. What I did want to ask, scheduling wise, if Your Honor knows. I know the court had indicated most likely on Thursday would be the day that we're going to go view the vessel. I think Your Honor said it would be probably in the latter part of the morning.
It might even be earlier than that.
Okay, only because I'm trying to gauge when we are finished with that, does the court anticipate hearing from other witnesses?
On Thursday?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that helps, then I'll
Yeah, I
figure out.
I can talk to you about that now. I think that, I need everyone to start the session on Thursday.
Okay.
And then everyone's going to have their instructions on how they're going to conduct themselves. And what this field trip is going to be, this is not a public field trip, this is a private field trip. And there's only going to be a limited number of people that are going to be actually permitted to go past the locked gates. I've discussed it with you the other day, I'll remind everyone tomorrow how that's going to work. But we will leave here from.
Okay, they got field trips and all types of stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Check this, guys. Okay, and then I'm gonna let y'all go. So, they were able to give victim impact statements at the Carmelo Anthony thing. So listen to this.
Votes that have just come in that I want to read to you. This is coming to us from Jobin. Metcalf's mother is saying he didn't just die, he was taken from us. She also raised her voice and said with some anger, "You should feel lucky you got 35 years because I've been given a life sentence without my son." Jobin says that Austin Metcalf's mother then snatched up her paper and walked right past Carmelo Anthony and went back to the gallery and sat down. So sounds as if deep emotion as well as some anger. And
Yeah, don't sound like she's okay with the decision in regards to the 90, what was it? Well, not 90, the 35 years. I'm assuming she wanted him to have life. Wait a minute. I got something else I want to show y'all. I just seen these. So I figure instead of me watching them, because I'm going to watch them, I'll just watch them with you guys. Wait a minute. I don't even know what to say. Hold on, I'm getting it up for y'all. This is the last one I see.
Accountability. We are grateful to this jury, and we are grateful that the good citizens of Collin County had an opportunity to weigh in on this case. I'm proud of the exceptional work of Bill Werski and our team of prosecutors, DA investigators, and victim advocates, and all the good and outstanding men and women of the Collin County District Attorney's Office. We thank all the parents and their brave kids who did the right thing. Despite the trauma of witnessing the senseless murder at a school track meet, they cooperated fully and testified truthfully. Their courage was essential to securing justice in this case. I'm especially honored to be joined here today by Jeff and Megan Metcalf and their son Hunter. Their strength and grace through this has been their strength and grace throughout this unimaginable journey has been inspiring. They won't be taking questions at this time, but their presence here speaks volumes about their commitment to seeking justice for Austin. I want to thank Judge Rhodes for presiding over this trial with fairness and efficiency. I want to thank Frisco PD for their investigation. I want to thank the Collin County Sheriff's Office led by Sheriff Skinner for providing the security for the courthouse. I want to thank all law enforcement throughout the county for making this a safe trial for everyone. This verdict sends a clear message. Violence like this won't be tolerated in our Collin County community, and we remain committed to protecting our schools and standing with victims and their families. Thank you. Okay, that's it. All right.
Okay.
Take care, sir. Thank you, sir. Cool.
Okay, that was Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis. And that's a hug with Austin Metcalf's mother.
That's usually how it works.
Standing directly next to him as he addressed the media was Hunter Metcalf. You see him there in the center of your screen. What an emotional time this has been for this family. Greg Willis read a statement. Again, the Collin County District Attorney. He has been in court all day, every day. He has watched this entire trial. He complimented the judge for fairness and efficiency, but he also complimented that family right there, the Metcalfs, for what he called strength and grace. He said he was grateful for the jury.
Yeah, I only watched it because I was gonna watch it anyway, so I figured you guys want to see it. Yeah. I don't know. Well, we know it's gonna go on appeal, so hopefully, whatever happens, maybe he'll get out with some time served. You know, even on appeal, maybe he'll get a new case. I don't know, because I know even though they keep trying to present the narrative that it was an all Caucasian jury, it was mixed people on the jury. It just wasn't no African American. So I think it was some Asian people on there and some other people. I think that when people present stuff, it just makes it really, really look worse than what it is. Wasn't all white, all Caucasian jury. It just wasn't it just wasn't an African American on there. I don't know. I think it was other minorities on there. It just wasn't a Black person. But yeah, see, and I ain't trying to get you riled up again, boo. Because we ain't gonna be here to calm you down. I ain't trying to get you riled up, boo. But I figure I'll let y'all see that from them talking and how his mom, and rightfully so, because if it was my baby, I would be the same way. So, I don't know. It's hard because you got to put yourself in all the shoes that's going around. And unfortunately, if I'm putting myself in her shoes, yeah, I want him to get 99 years. But then in the other second, I'm looking on the other end and I'm like, okay, well, keep your hands to your own body. So yeah. Yeah, well, I heard that, and I'm hoping, and guys, y'all can tell me if it's worth it to us to see the transcripts. But it's all to my understanding that all the African American jurors kind of like took themselves out of the jury pool, most of them. So I don't know. We wasn't there, so even with the jury, we wouldn't know because they don't let us be in there. But yeah, don't have a rough night. Alicia. Yeah, now that part I don't understand. Ian, that's fair. That part I don't understand, but they rejected the whole manslaughter thing. Like they had different opportunities to kind of like give him some grace, even with his age, and the jury just rejected it all. Like they could have did the 2 for 20. You know, the 2 to 20, but they went higher than that and they gave him 35. I mean, from my understanding, and don't quote me on this, I think he's eligible for parole. We have to look that up. I think he's eligible for parole in like 17 and a half years. I think. I think. I don't know. Texas not in the South, is it? Y'all think Texas is Texas in the South? Shit, I don't know. Don't pay me no attention because I don't know. I think when I be thinking about the South, I be thinking about Georgia and Alabama. But don't pay me no attention because I don't know nothing about nothing. But yeah, I think that's the only thing that I see going on in these streets. Oh, they must have took a picture of him because this is him now. This is him now. I know this is him now because they said this guy this activist, I heard he's not doing their family no good either. So wait a minute, can y'all see this? Wait a minute. Dang, we need to see the thumbnail. Wait, let me see if I can get a picture of it and send it and put it in Discord. Let me see if I can get a picture because y'all not gonna be able to see it like that. Because I know he cut his hair. Wait a minute. At least I think that's him now. I don't know. I think that's him now because they said he got his hair cut, so his hair is not the way it was. I think that's him. Now they'll probably have his booking photo or something very soon, you know, because they took him into custody, I think. I'm pretty sure this family wasn't playing with them letting him out, waiting on nothing. So yeah, I just don't know, guys. But with that being said, I want to thank you all for hanging in. We had a long day today. We're gonna have a long day tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys hanging in here out here with me. We'll start about 7 o'clock tomorrow. I think about 7. I think we may start a little later, maybe about 7:30 or 8. Yeah. Yeah, SD. Very, 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 very sad. Very sad. That's a long time. Like they talk about they don't do DP in Texas and they don't do life without parole, but shoot, if you facing 99 years, shit, that might as well be it. That's it. I'm still trying to check on in regards to our the ex-cop in Warren with the two gentlemen who were unalive with the cop speeding with no sirens. I have been checking up on that to see if they're going to ever show a verdict or anything. It has not gotten to that point, but I just want y'all to know that I am still keeping an eye out on it for us. But we'll be back in here tomorrow with our first trial that's going to be on our docket, which is going to be our guy in Wisconsin, Kevin Litchwick. He's self-representing himself. I don't know who coming in tomorrow. I don't even know if he's going to get dressed. Shit, he may not even come to court. Who knows? I don't know what he going to be doing. But regardless of what he's going to be doing, we're going to watch him here at taking the trial, do whatever he's trying to do. Want to say shout out to the mod, shout out to the chat, shout out to everybody working through all this stuff that we got to work through. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We'll be back up in this courtroom tomorrow, and I'll play our outro song before we leave. Y'all already in Crime Club, so y'all can make it do what it do over there in Crime Club. Look, I can tell y'all sweet pea won't be there for none of the stuff. None of it, boo. All right, here we go.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mods on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, is always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Aurelia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, till tomorrow. Have a great evening.